Good morning, Mr. Shepherd.
Before we get started, can we do a clap so we can get on the record that for the last 24 hours I've been trying to get him to take this?
Yeah, we'll get all that on the record.
And his final decision. I'm guessing once the state puts up witnesses, we're not gonna.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Oh, look at this. You always have a present for me.
Always. I also haven't updated the list. When
Already?
This got lost. I forgot to put one in my list, so I just updated it, as I said I would do yesterday.
Yep. All right. So this one will be redded.
It's not that much of a difference. Corresponding.
Thank you.
I showed you the full back, $60 Gonna get control of the ability.
That goes with that. That goes with that.
Once this is over, basically, I was parole over.
Well, if Mr. Shepherd needs time to speak with his client, and I believe his client's family member, we're more than happy to step out so that they can have a conversation, if that would be feasible for everyone.
I need to be right here, getting stuff set up. That's the one issue. I don't know if there is another jury room. I think there's that space right there. You're good? Okay.
I think I said everything I need.
Okay. How are we doing with head count? Missing 2? Okay, not too bad.
Did you get her clothes and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hey, is Jamah here? Hold on.
Down to 1.
Yeah, I gave a speech about your life was.
Excellent.
Okay. Okay. Sounds great. Okay. I was told that with these computers being tied up with the Zoom, that you can no longer just put a flash drive into this computer and put your power up. How do you put your power up?
From my understanding, everything has to be shared, so you have to log on to Zoom and then share a screen and you'll be able to put your PowerPoint up there.
Okay. So I'm gonna be allowed to join the Zoom?
Yep, you got the email at 8:47 this morning that lists the Zoom link. So if you join that Zoom, then you'll just share screen and that'll push whatever you've got on your screen onto all the other screens.
I think at 8:47, I was probably in the elevator.
Okay, but it should be on your laptop here.
Okay, I don't have one for opening, but I do have one for closing.
Sure, and you will, by then you will have seen other people stumble and learn, so you'll know exactly how to do it, but that's how we share documents here.
Yeah, that used to be, you just open the cabinet.
Yeah, back in the day.
Pretty good.
Yeah, she's good.
I think this is my first one.
Yeah, it was my first jury trial ever since the COVID. I've had other jury trials, but not in this county. If the state is going to show trial exhibits during its opening.
I'm not.
Done. All right, let's go on the record, please. This is 18 SC 158000, State versus Michael Reynolds. We are together on Halloween. It is Thursday, the 31st of October. We are in courtroom 5B, an alternate location for today and tomorrow. Mr. Reynolds is here with his lawyer, Mr. Shepard. Our prosecutors are here. I think we're shy 2 jurors. We were a few minutes ago, so we're down to 2, maybe just 1. There are a few things we need to cover before we can bring the jurors in so that I can give them some preliminary instructions, swear them in, and then we can turn to opening statements. One is the logistics of Garica Duffy. Her clothes were just delivered. They are not on her yet. The sheriff's team is working on making that happen. She will certainly be dressed out per my direction at the state's request for her testimony. She will be in court for her testimony. That's the only time she's going to be in court, unless she can make bond out of North Carolina. She'll be here for her testimony, and then we'll take a break, and she will go back into custody. We also need to work through the state's 807 motion. I had a chance to, I read the motion before and we had good argument yesterday, but I did want to be able to read some of the cases in the state's brief, Ward and Wright, and then I read a few others, Smart and Rawls, R-A-W-L-S, and I'm prepared to rule on that. But before we do any of that, Mr. Shepard, do you want to get something on the record about you having had a discussion with your client about, turns out it was a renewed offer, brand new to you, but renewed from the state just because of all the shuffling Mr. Reynolds has had to go through, no fault of Mr. Reynolds, but just the rotation of the lawyers. But yesterday morning, the state resurrected, renewed, re-extended the possibility of Mr. Reynolds pleading to voluntary manslaughter, 20 to serve. And I know you and he have had a number of conversations, and now his mother, Mr. Reynolds' mother, is here as well. But I want you to get on the record where we are so we can move forward. And there's no risk later on that Mr. Reynolds said, wait, no one told me that 20 with the possibility of parole was an option.
Yes, Your Honor. So I came on this case very late through the Fulton County C3 project. Prior to my appointment to the matter, it was a GP, a Georgia Public Defender Counsel case. And according to information that I received is that Metro Conflict Defender Attorney Mario Coladas had the case at some point before me, either for Metro conflict through the GPDC. He's now actually a prosecutor. But apparently the state had offered 20 to serve on voluntary manslaughter, and that offer was rejected by Mr. Claudius. I never knew about that offer, so I was appointed to the case, and we had a final plea on this. And at the final plea, the offer was life, and has always been life through my entire term of representation. Yesterday morning, right when the jury comes in, the state generously puts on the table the 20 to serve on voluntary manslaughter, which is a parole-eligible crime. My client has no prior convictions. The guideline is 65 to 90%, but based upon my review of it, there's this little thing you can go online and kind of run a simulation, and it's showing 65% is where he would grin at. I can't promise him parole at 65% or even at 90%. But it is a sentence to where he would definitely come home in 20 years and may come home much earlier. I explained all this to my client yesterday and again this morning. I've explained it to his mother. I've advised him that going to trial on this case with a 20-month-old victim, that it's going to be a highly emotional trial, and that the pictures that I have seen are going to evoke emotion on the part of the jury. And my concern is that, are they going to be overwhelmed by emotion and not necessarily apply the laws they should, which juries tend to do?
It's a risk. Of course, I'll be instructing the jury that they're to decide it based on the evidence. And I know you will be doing your level best to show the uncertainties in the evidence and the lack of definitive proof, et cetera. But I also know that you've been telling Mr. Reynolds that jurors are humans, and this could play out in a number of ways. Mr. Reynolds has, in some ways, had plenty of time to think about how he wants to resolve this case, but in other ways, not so much because of the change with the lawyers and sort of the in and out of what the offers are. But here we are, and it sounds like Mr. Reynolds, has shared with you that he would like to continue to exercise his right to trial.
Yes, but my point was the risk. That by taking the plea, you take the risk out of the equation. And the biggest part of the risk is to advise him on the record as to the sentencing options for the court if he gets convicted of one of the murder charges, which I can grab on the indictment real quick. I just want to go over this on the record so that he understands that if he gets convicted of count 1 murder, count 2 felony murder, count 3 felony murder, or count 4 felony murder, that there's only sentencing options for the court. One is life, and the other is life without. I got a pretty good guess as to what the state is going to ask for if you get convicted between those two options. So you need to understand that if you are convicted on counts 1, 2, 3, or 4, that you could get life without parole, and that means exactly what it sounds like, that you die in prison. If you take the voluntary, you take the risk out of the equation, you're parole eligible, you can hire a parole lawyer, Abby Taylor, and go to the parole board and fight the battle over there rather than fight the battle in this room with the jury, where you're going to have all those emotional impact on what they're going to decide. Also, count 5, cruelty to children first, I believe that's 1 to 20, aggravated assault 1 to 20, aggravated battery 1 to 20. So even if you beat all the murders but lose 5, 6, and 7, you can get 60 years of prison. So with all that being said, I've advised him to take the risk out of the equation, take the new plea offer, but I've also advised him that if you don't do it like right now, I don't know how much longer this option is going to exist.
Okay, I appreciate you making a record of that. Mr. Reynolds, I want to reassure you of one thing. It may feel to you right now like Mr. Shepard is working on a different team and not your team, and he's actually doing just the opposite. He is providing you with his professional counsel. If you decide that you want to go forward with trial, he will pivot and he will zealously advocate on your behalf. So I don't want you to despair saying like, hey, there's this guy next to me who's basically arguing for the state. He is sharing with you what he thinks, in his professional opinion, is the right way to balance the competing risks. And we should all respect that. But ultimately, of course, it's not his decision, it's yours. And I just want to reassure you, as I've said, that should you say, you know what, those are all big numbers and I didn't do anything, and I want to go to trial, and you don't need to articulate it that way. Mr. Shepard is not going to say, well, I want him to plead, I'm going home today. He's going nowhere. He will fight for you within the bounds of the law. But he is right now very much doing his job as well by sharing with you his perspective on how he, from his experience as a criminal defense attorney of many, many, many years, how he balances all these risks. But as I said, they're not his risks, they're your risks. Do you feel like you understood what Mr. Shepard was saying?
Yes.
Okay, you want to go forward with trial?
Yeah, I'm gonna be just up here.
Okay, that's what we're going to do. Thank you, Mr. Shepard. That was a very helpful exposition on the crossroads Mr. Reynolds is at right now. And this record is crystal clear. There will be no fair basis in the future to say, wait, I didn't know what my options were, should trial end with an unfavorable outcome for Mr. Reynolds. 807, the state filed a motion, let me get back to the top of it, to admit some hearsay statements pursuant to OCGA 248807, the residual exception in our evidence code. This was filed in August of 2023. I find that it provided sufficient notice to then counsel of record, which may not have been Mr. Shepard, but I know we as a group have talked about it several times since then. So the state has checked the box within 807 that requires the moving party to put the other side on notice that it seeks to admit evidence through 807 so that there can be a back and forth on that. We had that back and forth yesterday. I find that the evidence that the state seeks to admit through these other witnesses, statements of Mackenzie Duffy, are material fact, and that they are the most probative evidence on the issue that the state seeks to explore. I do find that it falls in the very, very broad rubric of prior difficulties. Prior difficulties meaning the nature of the relationship between Mr. Reynolds and Mackenzie Duffy. And I also find that the general purposes of the rules of evidence are served by allowing this in. And I'm guided in particular by the Georgia Supreme Court cases of Ward versus State at 313 Georgia 265, Wright versus State at, I lost that site, but I'll get it in a minute. And also most recently, State versus Kenny, 315 Georgia 408, which came to a different conclusion, didn't involve a kid, but its note 15 collects a series of cases that are very instructive as to how a court should weigh and conduct an 807 analysis when it is a statement of one family member to another as opposed to a stranger to a stranger. And I find that the circumstances in which Mackenzie Duffy said what she said to her mother and her two other relatives, that there are sufficient guarantees of trustworthiness, and in particular, an absence of any reason to suspect that Mackenzie was making anything up. Mr. Shepard yesterday pointed out a number of issues that he'd want to explore. Could he cross-examine Mackenzie Duffy, which today, were she still alive, there might be a meaningful cross-examination because she's older. Of course, back then, if this case had been indicted and prosecuted and tried in a timely manner, not the fault of anyone in this room, I don't know what a cross-examination of Mackenzie Duffy would have been like. So there would have potentially been that right to confront the witness, but in the end, we'd be left where we are now, which is asking Mackenzie's mother and other relatives, well, what were the circumstances of this conversation? And as Mr. Shepard pointed out, it's possible that the burn was an accident, but it's possible that it was intentional. The point is, having been almost cross-examined herself by her relatives, Mackenzie was consistent and persistent in identifying Mr. Reynolds as the one who caused the burn on her hand. And because of the nature of the relationships that Mackenzie had with these close caregivers of her, I find that there are sufficient guarantees of trustworthiness that this is the role for Rule 807. Mackenzie Duffy is not available for tragic reasons to be cross-examined or to even talk about what she remembered about receiving that burn. But there are three people to whom she spoke very soon after the incident and in scenarios where I find it's appropriate for those witnesses to talk about what happened. And we know the universe of what was said. There's not going to be an addition of, well, then Mackenzie said he did it with a cigar or a curling iron or anything like that. That's not what's out there. So over objection, and all the objections Mr. Shepard made are preserved. I am admitting the 807 evidence in through the witnesses that the state has identified.
Thank you, Judge.
I think that gets us through everything that was left over from yesterday. When the juvenile witness is testifying, will not have that juvenile witness's image displayed. So the jurors will hear what's being said, but the live stream, which is happening right now, will not include any visuals of the person who's testifying. And we can do the same with the statement to the forensic interview if that's something that comes in. Ms. McCauley, other than waiting for our remaining jurors, they'll turn the light on when they get here?
14 are here.
Oh, well, great. Other than confirming that, anything from the state?
No, Judge, I just want to do a quick audio check with my speaker for
Please do.
a couple pieces of evidence this morning.
Great. I don't know how the sound system works in this courtroom, and so I appreciate you testing that. We struggled mightily the last few trials up in 8D. While that's happening, Mr. Shepard, anything else you think we need to cover before we bring the jurors in?
Not at this time.
Okay.
The winner now was chapter 65 English, the
That's very audible. Please have your colleagues do the same testing before they press play.
The only other thing I want to check is I have a body cam that I just want to show the first few minutes of, because it doesn't include any hearsay statements or anything like that. It just shows.
Once again, this is going to be shown during.
I'm not doing it during opening, but it's with the first couple of witnesses.
I understand.
Okay.
Sometimes if I don't, and the cat's out of the bag.
Understandable.
No cat or bag for the opening, I'm hearing.
Okay. There's no lag. I think we're good. Okay.
So far, there's no lag. All right. Great. We've got all our jurors, so let's bring them in 1 second. Just to complete the record I was making, Wright versus State, and that's like the Wright brothers, is at 285 Georgia 57. With that.
That monster is in all the defense.
Uh-oh, which one?
The defense.
Okay. You know, it got moved around and unplugged at some point. Do you want to press some buttons on it?
Oh, it's not.
Oh, it's not showing. Okay. I'm not going to be able to add it, but I will reach out to folks who can add it. Mr. Reynolds, that screen ought to be showing what you see up there. It's not doing that right now?
No,
Does it just say Judge Richardson on it?
it's a, welcome to, Microsoft team.
Even worse. So it's not even,
Yeah,
okay,
it has like a hood. Pop up the screen.
okay. Give me 1 second, we'll order up IT.
I also need opening statements. These paper merge. I'm just, this is weird.
All right. Bring the jurors in, please.
This was me at 30:40 this morning. Animations. Must have been.
So,
Yes,
when you say order of approval, if I understand that this might be an order you're following,
it is, yes.
oh,
Well, though I may have to deviate based on scheduling for a couple people, but I wanted everyone to know.
this is so helpful.
You know, I try.
All right, the jurors.
You're welcome.
I'll do the president of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here pretty close to on time. It's never easy to get to the courthouse. And it's good to see your smiling faces again. I feel like we were just together. You all are the jurors in the case of State versus Reynolds. And in a few moments, I'm going to give you some preliminary legal instructions and some logistical explanations about how things are going to go. And then I'll get out of the way and the lawyers will present their opening statements and we'll begin with the evidence in the case. Before we can do any of that, I have to administer a second and more important oath. It's the juror oath that makes you officially jurors in this case. So even though you just sat down, I'm going to ask you to stand up again and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try the issue formed by the indictment in this case between the state of Georgia and Michael Reynolds, who is charged with murder, felony murder, cruelty to children, aggravated assault, and aggravated battery, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? All right, thank you. Let's start with some logistics. From here on out, when you are coming back to work, meaning your job as a juror, you report to the jury room. Don't come in through the courtroom door. Always report to the jury room. We will not bring you out here until all 14 of you are here. Important corollary. If 13 of you are here and ready to go, that one who's late is holding all of you up. So there's a good self-policing mechanism, but I'll also figure out pretty quickly who the laggard is, and I'll tell that person, you be here at 8:30, and everyone else be here at 9, and then that will mean 9 for that person. But you guys did a good job today. You will always report to the jury room. You'll come in as a group, you'll leave as a group. When you take breaks, you don't have to stay as a group. For example, at lunch today, it's not necessary that you all go to the same place. You won't be chaperoned during your lunch break. You can spread apart, that's fine. During breaks, you don't have to stay in the jury room. You can also be in the hallway if you want to make a phone call or see daylight. There's daylight at the end of the hallways. Just be fairly quiet when you're in the hallway, because those are judges' chambers, and they'll come find, actually they'll blame Judge Richardson, but then she'll blame me. So in the hallways, if you do need to be on the call, make sure it's not a yelling call, but just a regular conversation. Anything in the jury room that is edible is for you. We are towards the end of the fiscal year. It's going to seem crazy, but it's how government agencies work. So those snacks are for you. I don't know how many refills we have. And we've had some hungry juries before, and they keep emptying that white basket, and we keep filling it. We will fill it as long as we can. The waters are for you. You can bring water out here. Please don't bring something out here that if you spill it, it will stain Judge Richardson's carpet, because she'll make me clean it. But water won't stain, and that's fine. As I mentioned before, we will break for lunch every day. It will not be a 3-hour lunch break like those of you in group 3 had. It'll be an hour-ish. It may not always be right at noon. We will go with the flow. And if there's a witness testifying who says, or the lawyers say, this person will be done in 15 minutes, we might have lunch from 12:15 to 1:15. It's not rigid in that way, because we try to build it around the flow of the trial. There'll be a morning break and an afternoon break. And then any other time any of you needs a break. It is important that you remain focused on what's happening in court. If at any point you cannot hear what someone is saying, raise a hand or do something, and I'll make sure that person leans into the microphone or speaks up. If you can't see, we need to shift the monitor, something like that, we'll do that. There's not a replay button. You will not get a transcript of what is said in court. If a video is played, you'll get to watch that video again during your deliberations if you want to, but you don't get to send a note that says, hey, that guy who was testifying about this, could you remind me what he said? My answer will be frustrating to you. It'll be polite, but it will say you'll have to rely on your collective recollection. Now, one way that you may help yourself remember is by taking notes. You all have notepads, and you are free to take notes. Notes are not mandatory. But you're free to do that. Your notes need to remain private until you begin your deliberations. So if you're writing something down during a break, don't go back. Can you believe that this person said that? You don't have the whole story. And so the first witness may say something to you that seems incredible or dispositive. This case is over based on what this first witness said. Well, you need to hear from witness 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And most importantly, you need to know what the law is. Because the state has this burden to prove certain things beyond a reasonable doubt. And until you know what those things are, it's kind of hard to say, great, I figured out what's happening with this case, because you don't know the pieces that need to slide into place based on the proof that you've received. So keep your notes private. You may use them as memory aids once you begin your deliberations. And if you wrote something down, you're free to say, well, this is what I wrote down. If you didn't write it down and you remember it differently, you can be persuaded by the fact that someone wrote something down, but it's not some other form of proof in this case that a juror wrote something down. Your notes will be shredded at the end of the trial, so you don't need to worry. They don't get made part of the record. If you're a sketch artist, and we have them every once in a while, like, my notes isn't that big, that stuff gets shredded and it never sees the light of day, not part of the record. One last thing about notes. Please don't get so bogged down in trying to write everything down that you miss important things, like how a witness is reacting to a change in questioners. You may have a witness who starts out making eye contact with all of you, And the moment the questions get kind of tricky, shuts down, starts sweating, doing something that might, in a physical way, tell you something about how you're assessing that witness's believability or credibility. And you miss it if you're trying to write down every single word someone says. You can't, you don't have that skill set. Ms. Rivers does, you don't. So take notes as you see fit. It's not required to take notes. Another logistical point, you guys, when you were coming in, you were kind of scoping out who's sitting where and which row do I take. There are no assigned seats. The only deference you should show is if some of your number need to stand up every once in a while because of a hip or a back or something, give the 2 in seats to those people. Otherwise, I would ask you to move around some because you literally get a different perspective of the trial. The witnesses who are testifying are going to be right here. If you're way in the corner, you have a slightly different view than if you're right there. And you may want to look at other things in the courtroom. So mix it up and don't claim one seat as your own. And if you are someone who is claiming one of the seats all the way to my left, don't be the first person in because you'll be standing there and everyone has to squeeze by you. All right. The last logistical point. Hey, Mr. Dorsey. One of our IT wizards, and the screen on Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Shepard's table, we need to connect with things. Normally, you won't have people coming through that door other than you. When you are on breaks, you may have a question about where's the restroom or this or that, and you might, as you are flowing through the building, encounter the lawyers in this case. They are going to turn around and walk away from you if they see you coming. That is not because they're rude or you smell bad. It is because they cannot interact with you outside the courtroom. You can imagine what one side would think if you're getting on the elevator and a lawyer for the other side's chatting you up. And it may just be, hey, did you see that the Dodgers won the World Series? But maybe it's, so what did you think of that last witness? Which would be totally improper. None of these lawyers would do that, but that kind of contact can't happen. So don't impute any social awkwardness to these lawyers if they suddenly veer out of your way if you're walking down the hallway. If you have questions about where's a vending machine or whatnot, Deputy Gordon, me, Ms. Rivers, if she's not writing down what everyone says, but not the lawyers. They know where the vending machines are, but they can't interact with you outside the 4 walls of this courtroom. Mr. Reynolds is charged in this case with a series of crimes. Crimes are violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now the indictment. A couple things about the indictment. One, you will have this document with you during your deliberations. So don't panic if, as I read it, like that language, I can't write all those words down. This will be with you during your deliberations. 2, the language is a little clunky because there are certain ways under the law you have to charge things. So it's in English, but it's not how you or I would talk necessarily. And 3, this is proof of nothing. I'm going to repeat that after I read the indictment. This is how the state brings charges. Mr. Reynolds is presumed innocent unless and until the state has proven his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Count 1 charges Mr. Reynolds with murder, and the allegation is that the defendant here in Fulton County on June 8th, 2017, did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Mackenzie Duffy, a human being, by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her in a manner unknown to the grand jurors at this time. Count 2 charges Mr. Reynolds with felony murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County on June 8, 2017, Mr. Reynolds did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being cruelty to children in the 1st degree, caused the death of Mackenzie Duffy, a human being, by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her in a manner unknown to the grand jurors at this time. Count 3 is a second count of felony murder, and it charges Mr. Reynolds here in Fulton County on that same date with felony murder in that he unlawfully, during the commission of a felony, this felony being aggravated assault, caused the death of Mackenzie Duffy, a human being, by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her in a manner unknown to the grand jurors at this time. And I should add, you are not grand jurors. So if things are unknown to you at the end of the trial, it's a problem for the state. The grand jurors are the people who consider the indictments when it's presented. It's just procedural, but I didn't want you to think, well, wait, is it gonna be unknown to us? TBD. Count 4 is the third and final count of felony murder. The allegation is that in Fulton County on June 8, 2017, Mr. Reynolds did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, this one being aggravated battery, caused the death of Mackenzie Duffy, a human being, by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her in a manner unknown to the grand jurors at that time. Count 5 is the cruelty to children in the first degree allegation. And the claim is that here in Fulton, on that date, Mr. Reynolds did maliciously cause a child under the age of 18, Mackenzie Duffy, cruel and excessive physical pain by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her. Count 6 charges aggravated assault. The allegation is that here in Fulton, on that date, Mr. Reynolds did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Mackenzie Duffy by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her in a manner unknown to the grand jurors at the time of the indictment, by use of an object unknown to the grand jurors at the time of the indictment, that object being an object which, when used offensively against a person, did result in serious bodily injury. And finally, count 7 charges Mr. Reynolds with aggravated battery. The allegation is that here in Fulton County, again on June 8, 2017, Mr. Reynolds did maliciously cause bodily harm to Mackenzie Duffy by rendering useless and depriving her of her ribs. The accused having accomplished this act by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her in a manner unknown to the grand jurors with an object unknown to the grand jurors. These charges, as I have said, are not evidence of guilt. Mr. Reynolds has entered a plea of not guilty to them. You should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. Mr. Reynolds sits before you with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and it stays with him unless it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of one or more of the crimes charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless each element of the crime, those are things I give you at the end of the trial, is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. It never shifts to the defendant. There's not a point where I say, all right, we've heard enough. Mr. Shepard, you now need to put some evidence on. There is no burden on the defendant to do anything. Mr. Shepard might not stand up again other than when you come into the courtroom and leave the courtroom. I bet he will. Mr. Reynolds has an absolute right to a lawyer and a defense and to call witnesses, to cross-examine witnesses, and that will likely happen. But it's important to keep in mind that there's no burden on Mr. Reynolds and his lawyer to do any of that. There's good advocacy, and Mr. Shepard may do that, but the burden is always on the state. This doesn't, however, mean that the state has to prove Mr. Reynolds' guilt beyond all doubt or some mathematical certainty. The burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. And that term means just what it says. It's a doubt based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which a reason can be given, and that reason arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. If, after giving careful consideration to all the evidence you've received, and you've received none so far, you find that your mind is wavering, unsatisfied, or unsettled, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of the trial is that in a few minutes, the lawyers will be given an opportunity to present what we call an opening statement. This is a preview of what the lawyers think this case is about. It is not evidence. In fact, nothing the lawyers say is evidence in this case. They are advocates, and they're going to tell you what they think the evidence has been and tell you what that evidence shows, guilt, lack of guilt, reasonable doubt. But what the lawyers say is either it's questions or efforts to persuade you and not evidence. So this opening statement, sort of an outline of, I expect you'll see this, I expect you won't see this, but it is not proof of anything. Evidence begins after the opening statements are done. And I asked Ms. McCauley to call the state's first witness. That person will walk in, he or she will get sworn in, the first question will be asked, and when that first witness gives that first answer, that's the first bit of evidence you receive. Evidence is going to come to you primarily in two forms: witness testimony and exhibits, a picture, a shirt, whatever, physical evidence. So it's what witnesses say, their testimony, and then exhibits that are admitted. The testimony, as I mentioned, while it's being taken down, will not be converted into an official transcript for weeks and weeks. So if you're trying to keep track of what people say, you're remembering it or you're jotting notes down. The physical evidence will be available for you to examine during your deliberation. So don't panic if a document goes up on the screen, better write down what those paragraphs say. If something's on a screen, it's something that you'll be able to look at, either because that document physically is admitted and you can look at it there, or if it's a video or audio, it can be replayed for you during your deliberations. At some point, after I ask the state, call your next witness, the state will say, well, we rest. We don't have any more witnesses. And that will be the conclusion of the state's evidence. We'll have to take a break then, because there are a bunch of legal things we go through once the state rests. But you'll come back, and I will turn to Mr. Shepard and ask Mr. Shepard to call his first witness. And as I mentioned, Mr. Reynolds has the absolute right to have witnesses subpoenaed to come on in and testify. But he also has no burden at all. And so Mr. Shepard may call witnesses. He may say the defense rests. With no burden, there's no obligation for Mr. Shepard to put up any evidence at all. At some point, both sides will have rested. And the lawyers get a chance to come back in front of you and present what's called a closing argument or a summation. That's when they are arguing at you, not saying that you did anything, but they are attempting to persuade you. The state will be persuading you, trying to persuade you that they've proven the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And they'll talk about this testimony and how that's corroborated by that testimony and by this exhibit. And for those reasons, you should find Mr. Reynolds guilty. Mr. Shepard is given the very same opportunity, and he'll be highlighting the reasonable doubt, gaps in the evidence or inconsistencies in the evidence. But again, keep in mind that what the lawyers say in their closing argument is not evidence. It's their effort to persuade you. So if a lawyer says, by golly, the guy had a green shirt on when that happened, like just picture it was blue, then you're simply not persuaded by what that person said, but it's not evidence. The evidence will be closed before the lawyers give their closing arguments. When the closings are done, I will give you a much more detailed set of legal instructions about the elements of each of these alleged crimes. That document will also go back with you during your deliberation, so you'll be able to refer to it. Say, what were the elements of cruelty to children? They'll be written down on a document that you'll have. During the trial, attorneys have the right to make objections if they think the admission of evidence violates the rules of evidence or some other law. You've seen this on TV. Objection, hearsay. A lawyer will make an objection. If I'm kind of confused by it or think I need input from the other side, I'll turn to the lawyer whose question was objected to and say, what do you say? And then I need to rule on it. If I sustain the objection, it means I agree with the objection, and the person who asked the question needs to ask a different question or move in a different direction. If I overrule the objection, we keep on going in the direction that the lawyer asking the question was going. And so I may say, just repeat your question, and then the witness can answer the question that was posed. Lawyers also, from time to time during a trial, make motions. And all you need to worry about, the difference between an objection and a motion, is a motion probably means you're getting an unexpected break. It's something where the lawyers and I need to speak more freely about something more than just, hey, that's hearsay, judge. And one lawyer may need to say, I think this witness is about to talk about these three things, and you've already ruled that that's not coming in this case. Well, it's not particularly helpful for the lawyer to say that in front of you, because you'll say, well, we didn't know that was not coming in. And so if there is a motion that I don't think I can defer until a break when you're naturally breaking, then I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room. We try to minimize those. We try to handle that kind of stuff before you get here, during lunch, after you leave. It's what we were doing all morning before you came in. But occasionally motions come up that have to be dealt with then and there. Nothing that I say in ruling on an objection or a motion should be viewed by you as me commenting on the strength of one side's case, on the evidence, on the defendant's guilt or lack of guilt. I'm simply making a legal ruling and letting the lawyers know which way they can and can't go as they proceed. Talked about the lawyer's role and my role. I want to talk about your role as well. You are the fact finders. You are deciding what happened in this case based on the evidence you see and hear. If you can decide, it could be you can't figure out what happened, which would be reasonable doubt. You go from there. While I'll be giving you the law that you must apply, you will be deciding what the evidence is in this case. And in doing that, you will necessarily be determining the credibility or believability of every witness that appears before you. In determining credibility, you may consider all the evidence you already have when that witness testifies, the manner in which the witness testifies, that's you observing the witness or listening to how he or she is responding, as well as the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. As fact finders, you may from time to time have questions. 99% of the questions are coming from the lawyers to the witnesses. But it is very common that the lawyers are done asking a witness questions and you still have a question. And there's a way to address that. You don't raise your hand, you don't blurt the question out, but you'll see that there are note cards on the front wall of the jury box. You should distribute those around. And at the end of every witness's testimony, I will turn to you all and ask you if you have any questions. And if you do, you should write them down, or you can be writing them down as they come to you while a witness is testifying. Deputy Gordon will collect those cards, and I will review those questions with the lawyers. Just like a lawyer's question can be objectionable, yours can too. So I need to check them first. A lawyer may say, hey, that's hearsay. You're right, I can't ask that question because that would elicit hearsay from the witness. That's the way you get answers to your questions. What you may not do, and if this comes to light, it's likely a mistrial, meaning we have to do this all over again, and it's likely contempt of court for you if you're the one who did it, is go online to answer a question. If I don't understand what's going on here, do you have a picture of that? That's a question for you to have me ask the witness. Is there a picture of that? If the answer is no, then there's not, but it would be improper and a violation of my directions to do any outside research. It is essential that whatever you consume as evidence is generated here in court so that the lawyer who's not advancing that evidence has a chance to either object to it or know, well, now I need to bring something else in because they just learned that. I need to bring this witness in so they can learn the other side of that story and so that I can mediate its admission. I can't do that if you go online and look stuff up. So if you have questions, write them down. And again, if they are legally appropriate questions, I will ask them of the witness. The lawyers will be able to follow up and we'll move forward that way. It's fine if you don't have questions, but if you do, that's how you get them answered. And finally, on questions, keep in mind that questions are not evidence, only answers. So if you write down a question, you think this is the key to the case, and I end up not asking it, that's not proof of anything other than that was not a legally appropriate question. And when the trial's over, you can ask me, hey, what was this question that I wanted to ask? Why did it not get asked? I'm happy to give you the legal explanation for why it wasn't asked, but it won't be because that's an annoying question. That jurors asked too many questions. There's no filter like that. It would just be, that's not an appropriate question. I've already mentioned before, but it bears repeating. It's important that you pay attention to what's going on. If you feel like you're fading for whatever reason, we've been going longer than I didn't realize we need to take a break, let me know so we can take that break so that you are fresh and staying focused. It is important that you view the evidence with an open mind. It would be wrong to begin your group deliberations at lunch today. Again, because you don't have the law, you don't even know what it is the state has to prove, but you also don't have the whole story. The lawyers haven't made their closing arguments. You would have heard from only 2 or 3 witnesses. You can be processing it here in your head and in your notes, but not with each other. You will have as much time as you need to conduct your deliberations, but deliberations begin after the close of evidence, after the jury charge, and after you have the physical evidence back there with you. It's also important that you not discuss this case with people outside your group. That's sort of indirectly a form of outside research, and it may be unintentionally, but you go home and your housemate or your online friend says, so how'd it go? And you should say, it was great, full stop, I have nothing else to say. Or you can say it was terrible. I prefer great over terrible. But Don't ask a friend, hey, this funny thing happened in court. What do you think about that? That person may be well-meaning, likely going to be wrong in giving you an answer because oh, hey, I was in a trial once, different time, different jurisdiction. I mean, heaven forbid you're talking to someone in Connecticut. That person said, let me tell you the law. Well, Connecticut law and Georgia law aren't the same. So you need to be very dull and boring about your role in this case until the trial is over. When it is over, if you want to feature it in your TV show or write a book about it or do whatever, you can do that. But between now and the conclusion of your role as a juror, you don't need to interact with folks. I don't think you're going to run into any media coverage on this, but same thing if you're driving home and they say, hey, state versus Reynolds, change the station. I don't believe that's going to happen, but it's all too common that someone wants to know how your day was. Oh, that's too bad. Let me give you my thoughts about that. Reject the thoughts. Don't take them and say, can I have a rain check on that conversation? When the trial is over, you can talk to folks about that. All right. That is all I have to share with you right now. I'm going to turn to Ms. McCauley and Mr. Jordan to see if they are ready for an opening statement.
We are, Judge.
Great.
Morning. As we introduced ourselves yesterday, I will reintroduce myself and my co-counsel. My name is Lauren McCauley, and I represent the state of Georgia, along with my co-counsel, Mr. Julian Jordan, in the state of Georgia versus Michael Reynolds. I'm going to give you a brief overview of summary of the facts of the case that you're about to hear in the next few days. Then I'll go into the indictment and the charges and how it's broken down. And then lastly, I will talk about your duty as a juror. So let's begin with the discussion of our case. Our case arises from the death of 20-month-old Mackenzie Duffy on June 8th of 2017, when Darius Duffy, in his queue, woke up to find his little sister next to him unresponsive. The last person to see Mackenzie alive, according to all of the witnesses that were interviewed in this case, is the defendant. The defendant, in his statement to Detective Darren Smith, will tell you that he was the last person to see Mackenzie alive. The defendant was in a dating relationship with Q and Kenzie's mom, Garica Duffy. The defendant had driven Garica to work that day about, it's maybe like a 5 or 10 minute drive from where they live, at the 208 Harwell Place, which is on the southwest side of the city of Reynolds. Off of Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, also known as Bangor Highway. And Garica went to a job where she worked at a factory. She was supposed to be at work at 6 o'clock in the morning. She would normally work until about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The defendant would frequently drive her in the morning to work to make sure that she got there on time. The defendant arrives back to the apartment. The defendant goes back into the room where Kenzie was sitting, where he'd been sleeping with her mom. Kenzie had recently been sick. You'll hear from the doctor that treated her at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, and she was a little fussy. And I think everyone in the family would agree that Kenzie was a very clingy toddler. She really only liked a few people, and that she would frequently be called a crybaby. It was that aspect of Kenzie that really irritated the defendant. It really got under his skin. The fact that this child was crying all of the time, and he was subjected to her crying all the time, and her clinging to her mom all of the time when he was there and wanted to spend time with his girlfriend. The defendant got up around 7:30 a.m. that morning and left the apartment around 8:40 a.m. In this brief window of time, the defendant tells Detective Darren Smith, and you'll hear this interview for yourself, that Kenzie got off the bed, that she was crying, and that she's fussy, and that she ran out into the living room and tried to open the door, and that he grabbed her and put her next to her brother. And then he left the apartment that day. That was not a normal routine, a normal morning routine for this family. Because there was also a 13-year-old cousin that was staying in the apartment that would frequently be the caregiver during the day for the kids. She would make sure that Kenzie was okay and that Q had everything that he needed. And there was also another adult in their home, Carlissa Denson, who is the aunt to Q and Kenzie, and she was in a relationship with him. I will give you guys a family tree, we'll go over it again. Around 9:40 a.m., Q wakes up and finds his baby sister unresponsive. And then he goes and gets Carlissa. And wakes Carlissa up and says, there's something wrong with Kenzie, she's not waking up, I can't get her to wake up, I need help. Carlissa then calls 911. Q runs down the street to his aunt Keana's house to get her to come to the house to also get help. Carlissa had been in her bedroom with her 1-year-old child, Carter. She had been up that morning. She was paying her phone bill on her phone. She'll tell you that she went out into the living room around 9 a.m. and saw the kids sleeping and didn't really think anything of it. She thought that they were all fine. She didn't hear Kenzie crying at all that morning. She didn't hear any scuffles. She didn't hear anything, but that she had been up with her 1-year-old child after she had worked at her job all night. Carlissa then calls 911 and is instructed to start CPR and resuscitative efforts on Kenzie. You will hear from Officer Cannon from the Atlanta Police Department. At the time, he's now Sergeant Cannon, but at the time, Officer Cannon was a first responder. This zone, which is zone 1, was his beat. He took maybe about 2 minutes between the 911 call and showing up at the apartment. He comes in and also performs on CPR on Kenzie. You will see that portion of his body cam. That portion of his body cam will be important to you because you will see the condition of the child's body and the fact that she is completely non-responsive to any resuscitative efforts. That is important because of the state of her body and the state of her death at that point will be relevant to the timeline and the death of Kenzie in this particular case. EMS also responds and is unable to revive Kenzie. Will have an opportunity to review that EMS report. Kenzie is transported to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, where Dr. Brian Costello pronounces her deceased. Resuscitative efforts are then continued but are unsuccessful. Dr. Karen Sullivan from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office performs an autopsy the following day and identifies the following fatal injuries to Mackenzie Duffy. She had external contusions, which is a fancy way of saying bruising, on the left side of her chest and the left side of her lower abdominal area. And it's multiple contusions indicating multiple points of impact. There are no associated injuries that would indicate a fall or some sort of other trauma that you would normally see with an accident. 20 milliliters of blood from her abdominal cavity, from the hemorrhaging of the tissue in the abdominal wall, around the colon, around the pancreas, and around the adrenal glands and kidneys. And then she had fractures to the 7th and through the 10th of her ribs, including one behind her 8th rib that had a considerable amount of hemorrhaging as well. Kenzie's death, as you will hear from Dr. Sullivan, is ruled a homicide, and then Detective Darren Smith with the Atlanta Police Department is assigned to investigate the case. And he takes 5 months to investigate Kenzie's death. He interviews nearly every family member who was around Kenzie in the 24 hours that preceded her death. Garica, her mom, Quindarius, her brother, Jamah, her cousin, her uncle Leon Duffy, who is in a relationship with Carlissa Denson, and Carlissa Denson. He also interviews other families who were not around, including Uncle Calvin Duffy. You will hear that Calvin Duffy is Garrick's uncle, and he lives on and off the streets. He works as a handyman for a gentleman by the name of Arthur Searcy, who's now deceased, but also his nephew, Jason French. And you will hear from Jason French. Calvin will frequently come and see the family, sometimes spending the night, and that no one really remembers Calvin being in the apartment the night before Kenzie died or the morning that Kenzie died. The only person that miraculously remembers Uncle Calvin being there is the defendant, and he remembers it 40 minutes into his interview with Detective Darren Smith. It's kind of an important detail if we were going over all the events that he was talking about a child's death and the events of the day, that 40 minutes into that interview is when he suggests
that in the 10-minute window that it took him to get from Garica's apartment to her work and come back, that Uncle Calvin showed up and was in the apartment. And somehow Uncle Calvin manages to leave before Carlos Denson gets up or before any of the children wake up to notice that he's there. Detective Smith also interviews Kathy Bryant, who was the manager at the McDonald's where the defendant worked. He finds out that the defendant called him to work that day. He was scheduled to work a shift that day, but says he calls in, and he calls in to say that he's not coming to work because his child is sick and he has to go to the hospital. But then when Detective Smith interviewed Timothy Jordan, you will hear that the defendant told him, oh no, I lied about my child, it was because I wanted to drive Uber that morning. Because despite being from Atlanta, he needed to learn the routes of Atlanta in order to be able to drive the Uber. And you will hear that on June 8th of 2017, it was the first time he had ever driven for Uber since being registered as a driver in May of 2016. You will find that the Uber records show he didn't pick up any fares that morning at all. It logs him at 2 different locations, one for 10 minutes and then the other for just another brief period of time. And you will also hear about how those Uber records are similar to the defense phone records that were also obtained by Detective Denson from June 8th. Those phone records show the defendant leaving the apartment, then parking at a travel gas station near the apartment for about 10 minutes where he talks on the phone to a number of people. Detective Ronald Sluss plotted those phone records, which show the phone traveling around the Southwest 285 corridor down to Riverdale. And then they also detail the call from Garica Duffy to the defendant when she finds out her child is in distress and being transported to the hospital. You will see that in those calls, after that initial call from Garica Duffy, you see a pattern of calls from Garica to the defendant. And Garica will tell you that she was calling him to tell him, this is what we're doing, we're going to the hospital now, she's in the EMS, hey, we've got to the hospital, we're going to the visitation room, can you meet us there? And Garica will testify that she told the defendant to come to the hospital to meet her. But you will hear from the testimony that the defendant does not actually begin traveling back for almost 15 minutes towards where Garica Duffy is, and that he doesn't go to the hospital. What you will hear is that the defendant went to Garica's residence, even though Garica said, hey, we're going to the hospital, I need you to meet me at the hospital. He goes to the residence to pick up jackets in the middle of June to bring to the hospital with him. You will hear that the jackets never materialized. No one has any idea why he went to the house, why he picked up these jackets, if he even picked up any jackets, and what happened to them. You will hear the defendant arrived at the hospital, was acting strange, was distant. He got into an argument with another relative that was there, and then subsequently left the hospital. You will hear that when the medical examiner investigator, Eric Sills, conducted interviews and did a reenactment, the defendant was sullen and distant in a very emotional situation with a lot of family members, and he was just sitting on the outskirts, not participating, not paying attention, just there to observe what the other people that were in contact with Kenzie are saying. You will also hear that in the days that follow, the defendant showed up a few more times before some family members had to step in to say, look, Garica, her mom, just really needs some space right now. We need you to leave. We need you to leave her alone. And you will hear that on June 11th, that's the last time that Garica Duffy heard from her boyfriend of several months, her boyfriend that had been staying at her apartment and helping her take care of her children and driving her to work, that he never called her, never texted her, never even bothered to reach out to her, not even for the funeral of Mackenzie Duffy. Detective Smith continued to investigate that case for those 5 months and ultimately obtained arrest warrants for the defendant. What you will hear from all of this evidence, all of this testimony that you're going to hear, is that the only person who is responsible for the death of Mackenzie Duffy is Michael Reynolds, and that he is the only person that lied on June 8th for the rest of Detective Smith's investigation and that he is the only person who is hiding from the truth about what happened to Mackenzie Duffy and who was responsible for her death. Now let's talk about charges. Defendant is charged in count 1 with malice murder for maliciously causing the death.
Your Honor, I think at this point, we may be straying from the point of opening statement and transitioning into argument.
Okay, meaning because she's talking about the law, or you're referring to statements she's already made?
I have no objection to anything she has said.
Okay,
Prior to this moment, we're going into the charges and what the law is, and we're supposed to, during openings, present our expectation as to what the evidence is going to show, not what the charges are and what the law is.
why don't we let Ms. McCauley get through count 1, and then I'll be in a better position to assess, and if I agree with you, then we can skip this part and get to whatever.
I don't think she's done anything wrong yet, but I was trying to be proactive and not let the cat out of the bag.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Ms. McCauley?
Yes, it's staying back, but
Okay.
just continuing on the charges.
All right.
So count 1, the judge already read the indictment to you. It's causing the malicious death, or maliciously causing the death of Mackenzie Duffy, a human being, by inflicting blunt force trauma upon her body in a manner unknown. The judge will instruct you. The state is not required to show the manner in which the death was caused or the weapon.
Hold on one sec. Stop.
She's now forecasting that the judge is going to instruct the jury on the law. So we've left what the evidence will show, and we're going into what the judge is going to instruct the jury about the law.
Okay, I'm going to allow both sides to do that. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, what you hear from Ms. McCauley or Mr. Shepard, should he want to get into the law as well, is their forecast. The law you're going to get will come from me at the end of the trial. So I'm not saying it's a risky proposition, but I may not say whatever it is Ms. McCauley's saying. My guess is both the lawyers have a pretty good sense of, having tried murder cases before, what it is a judge says about the elements of the law. But I'm going to let Ms. McCauley continue.
I would like my objection reserved for appeal.
Yes, sir.
And then in count 2, the defendant is charged with causing the death of Mackenzie Duffy during the commission of a felony offense, that felony being cruelty to children in the first degree. In count 3, the defendant is charged again with felony murder for causing the death of Mackenzie Duffy during the commission of a felony, that felony being aggravated assault. Count 4 is also felony murder, and that's for causing the death of Mackenzie Duffy during the commission of a felony, aggravated battery. Count 5 is cruelty to children in the first degree, which is causing cruel physical pain by inflicting blunt force trauma upon Mackenzie Duffy being a child under the age of 18 years. Count 6 is aggravated assault, which is inflicting blunt force trauma upon Mackenzie Duffy in a manner unknown with an object unknown. And then lastly, count 7 is aggravated battery for maliciously causing bodily harm to Mackenzie Duffy by rendering useless and depriving her of her ribs. It's not as important because, as we all know, ribs protect the organs. And if you lose or you're deprived, or your ribs are rendered useless, they cannot protect the organs underneath, which ultimately result in death, as what happened to Mackenzie Duffy in this case. So what is your role as a juror? Your role is to listen to the evidence presented. Listen to every witness that comes before you. Listen with an open mind. Listen to what they have to say. Think about whether or not they have any reason to lie, whether they might be biased. What if you judge that their conduct and presence on the stand emotes a level of credibility and truthfulness, and compare them to other witnesses? You will hear from both lay witnesses and professional witnesses in this case, and expert witnesses in this case. Take notes, whatever format that you make them, that you put it in. My colleagues despise having to read my notes because I will write a word and an arrow and symbols that don't make any sense to them, but they're hieroglyphics that I understand. So take notes in a way that you can recall the information that you will receive over the next few days. And then most importantly, use your common sense. Use your common sense. What is reasonable? What makes sense to you as a person who has had life experiences outside of this courtroom? It's your common sense. And at the end of this trial, the state will ask you to return a verdict that speaks the truth about what happened to Mackenzie Duffy, and that is a guilty verdict on all counts.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Mr. Shepard, are you given an opening at this time, or are you reserving?
We are going to reserve our opening statement for our side of the case.
Okay, all that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that Mr. Shepherd, who has a right to address you right now, to give his version of an opening, he can do that after the state rests and then say, here's what I think you're going to hear from the state's case, from the defense case. And that's how we will proceed. So assuming you all are still good, we're going to start with the state's case and probably take our morning break after the first witness. About how long do you think the first witness will go? Ballpark.
Maybe 30 minutes max.
Okay, that was my sense. So I'll check with you after. That's probably when we'll do our break because that's sort of a natural time. The first day is a little choppier because I have to talk to you for a while and there's, in this case, just one opening. But Ms. McCauley, if you would call your first witness, please.
Yes, Judge, the state calls Sergeant Patrick Cannon.
Okay.
All right, this time I'd like to invoke the rule.
Okay, if there is anyone in court who is expecting that he or she will testify, I'm gonna ask you to wait outside until you're called to testify.
Raise your right hand. Swear affirm testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but true self God.
I do.
You know, you know, see. So state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Sergeant Patrick Cannon, PatrickCannon.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to move to admit State's Exhibits 1 and 2 pursuant to notice that was filed prior to trial under Rules 803 and 920 or 902.
Okay, that's the call and CAD report.
That is the 911 call and the CAD report, yes.
All right, Mr. Shepherd, any objection to the admission of States 1 and 2?
Those have certificates of authenticity and we have no objection to their admissibility.
Thank you. They are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes, in fact, both sides are free to publish any exhibit that gets admitted. If the side that is objecting or not objecting to admission thinks it shouldn't be published, that's the time to bring it up. But the default will be for this trial, that which is admitted may be published.
Just want to do a sound check. And everyone here.
One moment for your minutes and I think that, hold on. Confirm your address, ma'am? Yes, yeah, that's what the address of the person. Confirm your address. Ma'am? Hello, how are you? Ma'am, are you there? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, I'll hear you. All right, what's the address? It's 208 Harwell Place in Memphis, Georgia, 30318. All right, I want you to repeat it once more, make sure we have it right. I want to make sure we get to the right place. 208 Harwell Place in Memphis, Georgia, 30318. All right, is this a house, apartment, or business? It's apartment 208. All right, and then are you guys off to get the drive? Yes. All right, and what's the name of your apartment? It's I don't know the name of it. Is it the Preserve Kyrie? Yeah, that's what it is. All right, what's the telephone number you're talking about? 678-612-6814. All right, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know, they just claimed the name. That means that it's not breathing. Not breathing, okay. You got help on the way. Are you with her now? Yes. All right, I'll let her give you a fire seat. 65. All right, you got help on the way. How old is the patient? Okay. How old is the patient? Oh, she's one. All right. Is she awake? She's not. She just laid out her eyes open and not breathing. All right. She just moved her mouth. We do have help on the way. Send paramedics down here. Okay? What I want you to do is get her flat on her back, all right? Hello? Get her flat on her Okay, she's good.
All right. Okay. We got a line in the back?
Yes.
Is there a defibrillator available?
No. Okay.
Tell a line, I'm gonna tell you exactly what to do next, okay?
Okay.
All right, I want you to, kneel next to her, look at her mouth to see if there's any food or vomit in her mouth. Is there anything in her mouth?
No. It's like, hold on. Yeah, it's white.
All right, something's in there.
Yeah, it's white stuff.
What I want you to do,
Why is that her teeth? I was messing with my.
all right, turn her head to the side. I want you to clean her mouth and nose.
Okay. There's nothing inside of it.
All right, I want you to see if you can feel or hear any breathing. Put your ear next to her mouth. Feel or hear any breathing?
No.
All right, I'm gonna tell you how to get mouth to mouth, okay? I want you to pinch your nose closed, okay? I want you to cover her mouth with your mouth, and I want you to blow 2 regular breaths into the lungs. So that's gonna be a 1 second each. I want you to go just enough to make your chest rise with each breath, okay?
It's like.
All right, did you feel the air going in?
Yes.
All right. Okay, listen carefully. I'm gonna tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? I wanna make sure she's flat on her back. I want you to place the heel of your hand right on the breastbone, in there, of the chest.
You said you want to do what now?
I want you to lay her flat on her back, and I want you to place the heel of your hand on the.
Good morning. Officer Cannon, can you introduce yourself, state where you currently work and what your rank is?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Sergeant Patrick Cannon. I work up in Paulding County, the city of Braswell Police Department. It's about an hour and 10 minutes away.
And Sergeant Cannon, prior to being employed in Braswell, where were you employed?
The Atlanta Police Department for about almost 7.5 years.
And were you employed there in 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were employed there, did you have the occasion to respond to an incident that occurred at 208 Harwell Place Northwest in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
What part of Atlanta is 208 Harwell Place?
It's in Fulton County. It's on the west side of the city.
Is that in a particular zone?
Zone 1.
And was that your assignment in June of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that like a particular beat?
That's on beat 112. And I think my beat assignment was 111 that day, but it's right next to 112.
And so up on the screen, we have State's Exhibit 2, which is a call detail report. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about what a call detail report is? Or call for service report, my apologies.
Just has the particulars of the information of the call.
Okay. So as we're looking at State's Exhibit 2, and is it on the screen in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where we see here at the top, the date and the location, and then does it show what time the call came in?
Looks like the times are down towards the bottom. 9:52 received.
You said 9:52?
In about the middle of the screen, yes, ma'am.
So that screen should be, it's not my courtroom, so I'm not sure. It should be a touch screen. Touch the screen once with your finger. Now see that pen in the lower left-hand corner, that little thing that looks like a pencil? It's a circle with a pencil on it. Tap that.
Yes, sir.
Now, you should be able to circle on the screen.
Okay.
So show us where
This would be the times of the call.
Okay. And so 911 call around 9:49, and then it was received at 9:52. Would that be about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what time did you respond?
Looks like, well, we were dispatched at 9:53 and I responded at 9:56.
And were you one of the first people to respond to that location?
Yes, ma'am. I think I was the first.
I think if you tap the bottom right corner of the screen, it'll make the drawing go away. Just double check.
Now, there is, tap the screen again, and then see that bar along the left?
Yes, sir.
I think if you hit garbage can.
Okay.
Oh. Now you're a professional.
Yes, sir.
Magic. And then what we're looking at here is the rest of the arrival of all the different units.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. When you arrived that day on scene, Sergeant Cannon, were you wearing a camera on you at all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Both lawyers have continuing authority to approach witnesses until you hear me say stop.
So Sergeant Keana, I just handed you State's Exhibit 3. Can you identify what State's Exhibit 3 is?
It's a recording of my body camera footage from that day.
And prior to coming into court today, have you had an opportunity to review your body cam footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it accurately and fairly represent the call that you responded to on June 8th of 2017 at 208 Harwell Place?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it appear to be changed, altered, or deleted in any way?
No, ma'am.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted. Thank you.
And now I'm going to publish for the record. And if it is okay with defense counsel, I'm just going to speed about 15 seconds into the video.
Bless you, where that came from.
Hold on, judges. For whatever reason, it's lagging, even though we tested this beforehand.
We did test it beforehand and it worked.
We did. Any ideas?
I didn't.
I
can fix some of that. That was muted. What was the video was playing? The sound wasn't keeping up with it.
Correct.
I don't. This isn't. I'm gonna be unhelpful, but this isn't my courtroom, so I don't know if you plugged it into a different machine.
Okay. Oh, we'll see if the lag is really that terrible with audio.
So who was in here with her?
Yeah, a lot of drainage. I tried to get as much of it out as I could.
They said that, she was having a hard time breathing. They thought she was They said it's 9 yeah,
21 and up.
Yeah, about 9:40.
You know the roads?
You ready? Yeah.
21 left. You know the roads.
Yes, she had what they on the damn one.
So Sergeant Keana, when you arrived at the location, we saw you go into the apartment. Who were you performing resuscitative efforts on?
The baby, the unresponsive baby.
And when you were performing CPR on that baby, was she responding at all?
No, ma'am.
Were her eyes open?
I think so.
Was there movement in her eyes?
No, ma'am.
Was she breathing?
No, ma'am.
And then it also seemed like you encountered some sort of fluid from her at some point. What was that?
Yes, ma'am. It was some discharge or material. It was pretty heavy because I went to the sink to clean myself up next. It was pretty heavy coming out. But
Do you remember if it was red or a color?
I think mostly clear.
All right. After you came in and we saw the EMTs came in behind you, did you perform any other resuscitative efforts on the child?
No, ma'am. Once they got there, I got out of their way.
Did you remain on scene?
Briefly, and then went back in service when the officer whose beat that was responded to the location.
Okay. And did you have any further involvement in the case after that?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Before we do that, there was a female officer in that room with you. Was that the officer whose beat it was, or was that your partner?
She was another officer. I believe that was Officer Nelson. It was not her beat, but I think she was nearby and wanted to assist and came for that reason.
Okay, got it. Mr. Shepard, do you have any questions for Sergeant Cannon?
Yes, I also have a preliminary question, is that the 911 call seemed to stop in the middle of it.
So we can talk about that outside the presence of the jurors to see what went on with that. If you're interested in playing more, if there is more, I
am interested in playing more.
Okay.
And I'd like for the witness to hear it, just like he heard the first part of it. If
Okay.
there is more, I don't know if it's a technical issue or if the state stopped it.
Got it. Ms. McCauley, what's the answer to Mr. Shepard's inquiry about the 911 call?
So the call cuts off at that point because then dispatch goes to Atlanta Fire and Medic to start those calls. If defense counsel wants to play the dispatch to fire and medic, we certainly can.
So there's more, but it's not an interaction between whoever the caller was and any 911 personnel.
That's my
I
understanding.
would just ask if we could play the last 15 or 20 seconds of it again.
Of what was already played.
Yes,
Okay,
so the witness can hear it.
sure. Thank you, Ms. McCauley, for shepherding the technology.
All right.
Yeah, it's white.
All right, something's in there.
Yeah, it's white stuff.
What I want you to do,
Or is that her teeth? No, it's nothing.
all right, turn her head to the side. I want you to clean her mouth and nose.
Okay. There's nothing inside of it.
All right, I want you to see if you can feel or hear any breathing. Put your ear next to her mouth. Feel or hear any breathing?
No.
All right, I'm gonna tell you how to get mouth to mouth, okay? I want you to pinch her nose close, okay? I want you to cover her mouth with your mouth, and I want you to blow 2 regular breaths into the lungs. So that's gonna be in 1 second. I want you to go just enough to make your chest rise with each breath, okay?
It's white.
Feel it? All right, did you feel the air going in?
Yes.
All right. Okay, listen carefully. I'm gonna tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? I wanna make sure she's flat on her back. I want you to place the heel of your hand right on the breastbone, center of the chest.
You said you want to do what now?
I want you to lay her flat on her back, and I want you to place the heel of your hand on the.
Thank you. All right, there at the very end. Did you hear the 911 dispatch telling the caller to start doing chest compressions?
Yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that before your arrival, that the caller had in fact performed chest compressions on Mackenzie?
At the time, I didn't know, but based on this phone call, it sounds like they were.
Okay, was she flat on her back?
She was.
Okay. Okay, and did you hear earlier in the call and that originally the caller stated that she was not breathing, but she moved her mouth and her eyes were open? Did you hear that part of the call? Would refresh your recollection to hear the very beginning again?
It would, sir.
Can we play the very beginning again?
Do you know what the timestamp is?
It's at the very, very beginning, but I couldn't see
Of the whole call or of that segment we just played?
the segment we just played where they're interacting.
Okay.
So towards the very beginning, when the Carlissa Denson and the 911 operator are first interacting.
I need an entrance for, what's this other 208 Power place?
Well, I'm in Korean American, I hang up, hold on.
Confirm your address, ma'am.
It's further in. That's right, just let it play. Just
Okay.
let it play.
Confirm your address. Ma'am,
Hello, how are you? Ma'am, are you there? Hello?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I hear you.
All right, what's the address?
It's 208 Hartwell Place in Memphis, Georgia, 30318.
All right, I want you to repeat it once more. Make sure we have it right. I want to make sure we get to the right place.
208 Hartwell Place in Memphis, Georgia, 30318.
All right, is this a house, apartment, or business?
It's apartment 208 East.
All right, and then are you guys off Skipper Drive?
Yes,
All right, and, what's the name of your apartment?
it's, I don't know the name of,
Is it the Preserve County Ridge?
yeah, that's what it is.
All right, what's the telephone number you calling from?
678-612-6814.
All right, tell me exactly what happened.
I don't know, they just changed the name, got me and said that she's not breathing.
I'm breathing, okay. We got help on the way, are you with her now?
Yes.
All right, I'll let her give you a fire and feed.
65 days.
All right, you got help on the way, how old is the patient?
Okay.
How old is the patient?
Oh, she, how old is she? 1.
All right, is she awake?
She not, she just laid out her eyes open and not breathing.
All right.
She just moved her mouth.
All right, you can stop it.
We do have help on the way.
So did you hear the caller just say she just moved her mouth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like you got there pretty quick.
I tried to.
Okay. And upon your arrival, it appears that you then performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I could hear
Yes,
something.
sir.
Okay, so that's you performing mouth-to-mouth.
Yes, sir.
And the shoes we can see are your shoes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever perform chest compressions? Because it didn't appear that you did.
I did.
You did. Okay. Have you been trained?
I have.
Okay. Now, is performing chest compressions something that you need to know what you're doing?
Yes. I mean, to
Okay.
a certain extent, yes.
Did the Atlanta city government pay to train you on how to do CPR?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon your training, are you basically pushing on somebody's chest area?
Yes.
Okay. So as you're pushing on someone's chest area, if you push in the wrong place or you push too hard, is that something that cause an injury to the person?
Conceivably, that would be a possibility.
Is that why the city of Atlanta spends the resources, time, and money to teach people how to do it properly so that you don't do it improperly and cause injuries? That makes
Yeah,
sense to you?
that makes sense.
Okay.
I just thought we took the class. So.
Okay. And you passed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you performed the chest compressions properly.
To the best I could remember in that moment, how.
Okay.
How
Did you witness the chest compressions that were performed by Carlissa Denson?
No, sir.
You didn't, so you don't have any independent knowledge as to whether she performed them properly or not.
No, sir.
Do you have any independent knowledge as to whether she's been trained and has a certificate in how to do CPR?
No, sir.
Okay, but you do.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it looks like you're on scene for a few minutes before the EMTs arrive. Is that correct? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
She has to take it down.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And they have also probably been trained in how to do emergency medical procedures.
Yes, sir.
So do they at that point take over the care of Mackenzie?
They do.
Okay. And what do you do after that?
I went to I advised radio dispatch, and then I went to the sink to try to clean up.
Okay. Did you interview any of the witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. So basically once the EMTs arrive and you turn over to them, your involvement is completed?
Pretty shortly after that.
Okay. Do you have any independent knowledge that Mackenzie was declared dead on scene?
No, sir.
Okay. And based upon your knowledge and experience, is there a difference between non-responsive and deceased?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a person can be non-responsive and still alive.
Yes, sir.
And then once they're dead, they're obviously non-responsive.
Correct.
But there is a period of time between when a person goes non-responsive And when they're deceased, that they're still alive, but they're just not responding.
Correct.
Okay, but to the best of your knowledge, Mackenzie was never declared dead on scene.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. But she was non-responsive.
That's correct.
Okay, also, one last thing. Did you hear on your body cam, or did you hear, let me rephrase that, I apologize. While you're on scene, do you remember someone telling you that she's been sick?
That sounds familiar, but I can't remember for sure.
Did you hear it when you heard your body cam?
It sounds very familiar. Like, I think so, maybe. I'm not for sure.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection if we play that
It would.
brief little snippet?
Do you know the time stamp?
It is right after he arrives, I think, or possibly right after the EMTs arrive, but it's not when he's walking in. It's after he's inside the apartment.
Okay. My best.
I think it's about to happen. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right there. Did you hear someone tell you that she's been sick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anyone during the time of the event tell her that she's recently been to the hospital for pneumonia? Let me tell you that.
I'm going to object to the form of the question. I think that's an improper fact. It wasn't pneumonia.
Okay, is all you heard is she's been sick, but they didn't describe what the sickness was?
I don't recall hearing anything more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCauley, any redirect?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant Cannon, when you were performing CPR on Mackenzie Duffy, and I have it just paused here at the screen, and I'm going to come around behind you just to demonstrate. So when you were performing chest compressions on Mackenzie, in what area of her body were you performing those compressions?
The sternum?
So that would be this area here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was it anywhere around her abdomen?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And was it anywhere around the side of her rib cage?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because that would be a clearly improper way to perform CPR, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so even on 911 call, did you hear at any point the dispatcher saying to, I think it was Carlissa Denson or the caller, to perform chest compressions on the left side of the child's body near the rib cage?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then in your time as a first responder officer, have you responded to a deceased person call before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is it your job to declare someone deceased on scene?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is it common for someone who is deceased to be non-responsive to resuscitative efforts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing further.
I have no additional questions.
Great. Any questions from the jurors? Seeing none, Sergeant Cannon, appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break now. I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room in just a moment. Reminder, no outside research. Don't talk about the case. Talk about anything else you want, but don't talk about the case. We'll try to keep it to about 10 minutes, but if when I send Deputy Gordon back to check on you, you're not done with your break, just tell us. And that means your break goes longer and we don't get started again. But we try to have the morning and afternoon breaks around 10 minutes. Any logistical questions? No? Thank you so much.
All right, sir.
All right, you all can be seated. A couple things. One, Ms. McCauley, if you could make sure through your victim witness advocate that you get word to witnesses who are yet to come that they should not watch the live stream.
Okay.
Because they couldn't be in court.
Okay.
So they shouldn't watch the live stream.
Just just to perfect the record, I don't think that any of the witnesses have the information for the live stream.
Okay. It's on the court's website.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not the Zoom link. It's if you go to Superior Court, click on McBurney, there you are. Number two, for folks in the gallery, you are welcome to be in court for the entirety of this trial. There may be some witness testimony or pictures that are real difficult. And if you think it will be hard for you to watch that without being emotional, then I'd ask that you step outside before that testimony starts. And I'm going to rely on Ms. McCauley's team to be letting you all know, hey, this is going to be a emotionally difficult witness. And that's just so we maintain decorum. It's not fair to the jurors or to anyone involved if someone falls out. And that's not me being critical. This is a complicated and sad case. And so I just want to guard against something like that happening. So if you learn from the investigator or victim advocate that this is going to be a tricky situation, that may be one to sit out and just be outside. And you can watch the live stream rather than be here in court. And that's not me telling you don't have emotions. It's just saying if you think those are going to be real powerful emotions, they need to happen outside the courtroom so that we maintain a fair and quiet environment for both sides involved. Okay, thank you so much for listening to me on that. Ms. McCauley, I believe our next witness is Garica Duffy.
Yes.
We'll make sure she comes out. Is she dressed? Is she up? Okay, so
Can I
we'll
go
get
back and speak with her before she comes out?
whatever you want.
Okay.
But we'll make sure she is out here and seated before we bring the jurors out.
Okay.
Anything else from the state before we break?
No.
Mr. Shepherd, anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see everyone in 8-ish minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Deputy Gordon, can I go back?
Yeah. Who was it? I got it.
Judge, can you hear me okay?
We'll go this way. I was just trying to bless her and stuff.
Mr. Reynolds, I appreciate you doing that. And if we need to, I appreciate you waiting for those folks to go the direction they're going. That's just heads up stuff. If you ever need a way to get out of here, let Deputy Gordon know and he'll get you out of here, okay?
Thank you.
Sure.
Judge, can you hear me? Nope. Mr. Jordan, can you hear me? Oh, he must have just.
She's ready. Can I bring her out? Or when are we gonna start? Wait till Josh comes out. Yeah. Thank you for. Oh, Tempe, did you see that part? Did you see that part?
I don't know if you probably had a cold or something, but I know.
Yeah, there's tissue up there. Some fresh ones.
Yeah.
Or didn't you tell me just the other day that you had gone to COH?
Yeah, you have all the medical records. It's not pneumonia, that's an upper respiratory infection. It's just,
I
not- it's
apologize.
just, it's okay. That's why I was like, pneumonia, I was like, it's an upper respiratory infection. It's just, and I don't know what it is, but it's some sort of green mucus that I think is a combination of the medication that she was on.
When you objected, I knew I had done something.
No, it's okay. And it was just, I just didn't want you to,
I know.
she was sick. That's not wrong. She was sick.
Yeah, it says it.
But it was an upper respiratory.
I knew there was something. Because you're gonna, that at the time they examined her, she didn't have any injury. I understand.
And Dr. Joe is testifying to that. Keisha, yeah. And the blister on the bottom of her foot.
Yes, I knew about that, but that isn't going to.
Right, but there's two, so when the medical examiner goes to the hospital, they have two different medications that are brought with them to the hospital. One is the antibiotics for the blister. The other is for the infection that she had in her.
Upper respiratory.
The upper respiratory.
That was close.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
I knew she had something.
Well, because we had a lady with pneumonia yesterday, so that's why I figured that.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
yesterday she had pneumonia.
Yes, it was the juror.
Yeah.
I think I knocked her out.
Yeah.
I don't want her coughing on everyone.
That kind of scared me when she started coughing on everyone. I did not love that.
Did I ever tell you that I read a transcript went from December of 2019? And it was in some courtroom, and they're talking about how one of the jurors was coughing all day the day before.
Yeah, and I got
And then-
COVID, Sean, well, Doug Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that juror, then 3 other jurors during the trial,
oh, that's it.
and it was in December.
I know. I was in the office and they made, I think it was Sean and Ryan's.
Yeah, but this is before it hit. This was
Yeah.
in December,
But I think we were talking about it.
because I caught it in Cancun in November.
Yeah, I got it in June and then I got it in 2021.
I've had it 3 times, but I caught it in November because I was in Cancun in a hotel with numerous Asian pictures. So I came home with it because I didn't know what it was. But yeah, so I read that transcript. I'm like, oh my God, that's COVID. Enough about that. I watched it as well. It was good for you.
Okay, all right.
Okay, here.
Okay, that's not.
Got it? Someone's on mine.
You're on mute. I'll show you.
Oh. Oh.
I didn't do everyone. Make connections for peace. Guys are killing me. You're on the shoot. Yeah. It's a lot. Keana. Yeah. I don't know how many times I had to explain to you. Different things should be there and different things should be. All right.
Oh. I just have the, yeah, I'll give you the other two. I will bring it for you. And I usually put my PowerPoint that I use for the exhibits in there too, just so you have everything. Okay. We're not our witnesses today. I think she'll take that. Yeah. Just if there's anything that I missed, Julian, you're gonna have to write down the question. Just put it at the edge of the desk. Because I'm gonna go right here for her. So just put it on the edge and I'll grab it from you. Because sometimes when I get going, my last trial I went completely off script. And I was like, oh, we just gonna roll with this. So this time I just do bullet points. Because I'll go off on a tangent like I did with Keana. If we have a break and you want to ask her that question, then yeah. Do you want to go ask Cece that question? That question? And Jamah have that question? Hold on, text temps. Oh, I'm just texting it. It's always fun. It's just hard to keep on topic. Yes, it's so true. I was like, oh, I thought you know how to do it. No. Maybe Tempe should ask the questions.
Yes, yes. Let me go do
Just the
that.
direction, make sure we're kind of offside.
Yes.
I heard it.
That's scary. I give him candy.
You put it on for his teacher. You don't put it on for us.
That's funny. All right, are you ready?
Yeah. Okay,
Can we bring Ms. Duffy out?
yes.
Let's do that. All right, let's go on the record. Ms. Rivers, we're back in State versus Reynolds after the morning break. Garica Duffy is now on the witness stand. Ms. Duffy, I'm Judge McBurney. We've seen each other before because you've been in court before. In a moment, it's going to be your time to testify. This is about as difficult a situation as you could be in. I need to get your sense of whether you think you're ready to do it, or if we need to call some other witnesses so you can have a little more time to get ready. And I don't mean you know what you're going to say, or you'll answer the questions that are posed, but emotionally be ready. Do you think you can go forward right now? Need you to answer out loud.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have us take a break if it gets too difficult for you, because I don't want your emotions to interfere with the jurors processing what they need to process.
Okay.
So if I call a break, that's not me being angry with you in any way. It's just saying, you know what, we're going to need to pause. I'll have the jurors leave because they're not going to see you go through that other door. And then we'll give you a break while you compose. And it may be that we call another witness to testify before we bring you back. But I need to make sure that both Ms. McCauley and Mr. Shepard, who is Mr. Reynolds' lawyer, have a chance to ask you questions. It won't be just the state. It needs to be both sides, okay?
Okay.
You feel like you're ready?
Yes.
All right, Ms. McCauley, anything else we need to cover logistically before I bring the jury in?
No, Judge.
Mr. Shepard?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, some jurors.
Got boxed out of the back row.
I'll do the pleasure of county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else should be seated. Welcome back from your break, ladies and gentlemen. We had a bunch of things to discuss during your break, so it lasted a little bit longer. And we already have the next witness on the stand. I'll have Ms. McCauley call out the name. Deputy Gordon will swear her in, and we will proceed with then her direct examination. Ms. McCauley, your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Garica Duffy.
All right.
Well, our testimony will give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, self God.
Yes.
State is name for the record.
Garica Duffy.
Ms. Duffy, I'm gonna ask you to be a little closer to the microphone. It's okay that you're going back and forth, but I need to make sure that the jurors and the court reporter can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. McCauley.
Miss Duffy, how old are you?
35,
And, what area of Atlanta do you live in?
Atlanta, Georgia, northwest Atlanta.
Northwest Atlanta? And who do you live with?
Myself and my son, and was my daughter,
What's your son's name?
Quindarius Duffy.
And how old is he?
He's today 16.
And your daughter, what was her name?
Mackenzie Duffy.
And when was Mackenzie born?
October the 4th, 2015.
And Mackenzie passed away in June of 2017.
Yes,
How old was she when she passed away?
18 months.
Now, you said you live with your son. Do you have a lot of family that's in the Atlanta area?
I do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and shown to defense counsel as states exhibit 4 and 6.
Let's have a look. Please don't know if you recognize them. So let's start with who this is. Okay, Duffy. The one that I gave you that's marked, that has number 6 on it. What is that?
My family,
Right, is that all of your family or is that just a portion of it?
a portion of it.
Okay. Does that accurately reflect the relationships between different family members when they're adults and children and partners and siblings?
Yes,
Our state will move to admit State's Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No objection for demonstrative purposes.
Okay, it's admitted as a demonstrative aid.
Ms. Duffy, in front of you is the screen showing State's Exhibit 6.
yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna come around behind you and I just wanna walk through this family tree with you. You can move your chair, so if you wanna, just turn towards me if you can. Okay. So, here we've got you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and who's your mom?
Johnny Duffy.
Okay, and it looks like Jane has some siblings. Can you walk me through who they are?
Annie Duffy, that's my aunt. Calvin Duffy, that's my uncle.
Is that Uncle Calvin?
Yes.
Okay, and then,
Linda Duffy, that's my aunt.
okay. And then starting with you, now, do you have siblings?
I do.
Okay, and that's you there, right?
Yes.
And then is the next oldest Leon?
Yes.
And Leon is a brother or sister?
Brother.
And then,
Keana Duffy, that's my sister.
okay. And does Leon Duffy have a partner?
You saying like
Like a partner, like a boyfriend or girlfriend?
girlfriend, that's Calista.
Do you guys also call her Cece?
Sister, yes.
Okay. And then at the time in June of 2017, did you have a boyfriend or girlfriend?
I was dating, Michael,
Okay. And then did he have a prior relationship?
and his baby mom.
And is her name also on here?
Angela, yes.
Okay. Now let's go to the other side of the tree. So I'll step over here. So there's Uncle Calvin and then your Aunt Linda. Does Linda have a daughter?
Yes.
And who's that person?
Latanya Duffy.
And does she have a daughter?
Jamah Duffy.
Okay. And in 2017, how old was Jamah Duffy?
She should have been like, Maya should have been like 16.
Okay.
If I'm mistaken, probably 16.
Yeah.
16, that's what I said. Yeah.
So 16 in her teenage years.
Yes.
Okay. And then does Linda have another daughter?
Yes, Shaquilla Duffy.
And what is Shaquila's nickname?
Keita.
Keita. Okay. And you also, there's a connection between Keita and the defendant, isn't there?
Right.
What's that connection?
They worked together. She was the manager at McDonald's when he worked with us.
Okay. Is that who you met the defendant through?
Yes.
Okay. And then going back to your children, you have Quindarius and then you have Mackenzie.
Yes.
Quindarius was how old in 2017?
2017, he was 30. 9.
He was 9, 8 going on 9?
Yes.
Okay, and then you had Mackenzie.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Now going to State's Exhibit. What is State's Exhibit 4?
Mackenzie, my daughter.
Okay. And is that a photo that was taken close in time to when she passed?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate representation of what she looked like at that time?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 4 into evidence.
No objection to the piece of evidence coming in, so also no objection to the premature publication.
Okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
That's all right.
I didn't.
We'll try not to do that again, but thank you. You're right, Mr. Shepherd. It's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to publish. So on the screen, that's the same photo that's in front of you, Ms. Duffy?
Yes.
And that's Mackenzie when she was around 18 months old?
Yes.
Okay.
So tell me a little bit about what Mackenzie was like. What kind of, at 18 months, what kind of personality did she have?
She had a good personality. She was a happy baby, liked to dance. She just, run around the house a lot. She was always a happy baby, other than, yes, she was a crybaby at her age. She cried a lot, but anytime she hear music, she liked to dance. She loved her brother. She was just an outgoing baby to be 18 months. She was full of life. She was a happy baby until, if she couldn't get her way, she cried a lot. But that's normally for an 18-month-old baby. She was just attached to me a lot, attached to her brother. She didn't go nowhere other than with, me or my mother and sister. But overall, she was a happy baby.
And you said that she especially was close with your son.
Yes, yes.
Does he have a nickname?
Q.
Q, okay. So she was close with Q. At the time in 2017, who were you living with?
Myself, my son, and my daughter.
Did anyone else live at that same place?
No.
Or stay at the apartment?
My brother and Carlissa stayed with me, and their King, their son lived with us too.
And what about during the summer months? Was anyone else staying there?
Yes, Jamah was staying with me for the summer.
Now, in 2017,
were you working at the time?
I was working at a candy warehouse that was literally like 5 or 6 minutes away from my home.
Okay. And what was your general schedule when you were working there?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And why did you pick that schedule?
So I leave before my son went to school, but Jamah was there. But I picked that schedule so that when he get home from school, I'll be home from work. I would be home before he get home from school.
Now, we're dating someone by the name of Michael Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see him in the court room here today?
Yes.
Can you describe what he's wearing and where he's seated?
He's seated to my right. He had on a white shirt. I can't see the bottom.
And he's seated to your right?
Yes.
Is the record to reflect the way he's identified the defendant?
She has.
When did that relationship begin?
Kansas was 2017. It was you mean like the year?
Just roughly like when you started dating.
It had to be like I'm not sure with the year, but we was only dating for like I met him through my cousin. She ended up having a birthday dinner, and I went to her dinner, and she introduced us after her dinner, and then we dated for like 6 months before I introduced him to my family and my kids. And after the 8th month or whatever, he was spending night. He never stayed with me. He was spending night every other night or so. It wasn't permanently staying with me.
Okay. So you said that you met him through your cousin, is that Keana?
Yes, who he used to work with. It was, her birthday is in March, so we met around March.
So it would have been March of 2016.
Right.
Now, you said that you dated him for a while before you introduced him to Q and Mackenzie.
Correct.
How was that dating relationship?
At the beginning, it was fine, like just going out on dates to the movies and, you know, stuff like that, dinner. At the beginning, everything was fine, like as if when you first start dating, everything was cool.
What about when you introduced him to Keana and Kenzie? How were things then?
It was good.
Were there any issues with him interacting with your child?
No, because it wasn't, I mean, he was never like by himself with them. It was always us with the kids.
Did you ever ask them to, you know, act as a step parent or a disciplinary figure to either one of your kids?
No,
What about when he started saying that you should give him that authority to discipline your kids or
no,
tell them what to do?
no.
If you weren't there, what, say when you went to work and you were in the department, who would be the person that you would have to be responsible for kids?
Jamah were responsible for them.
During the course of your relationship with the defendant, having arguments about it.
We did well after dating for so long, and it got to the point where he used to complain a lot about my daughter crying. And as I mentioned, she was a crybaby, but that's normal for a baby. And we used to have arguments a lot by he saying she used to cry too much. But I used to explain to him that, you know, you don't have to live here, she do. So if the crying bother you, you don't have to be here. So we definitely had bump heads plenty of time about my daughter crying a lot.
Were there times when you would have an argument about Kenzie crying and you would say to him, hey, you don't have to be here if you don't like her, but she
Correct.
is here.
I'm gonna object to leading.
Well, two things. One, I don't find that the question was leading. The entire question, the problem, this is point number two. You need to make sure, Ms. Duffy, that you wait for Ms. McCauley to finish the question all the way for two reasons. One, so you know what the question is, but also the court reporter can only take down one person talking at a time.
Okay.
So that was a long question, but I think that's because Ms. McCauley was playing back something you had just said,
Okay.
which is not leading necessarily. So I don't find that the question was leading. But please make sure whether it's a question from Mr. Shepherd or from Ms. McCauley that you wait till the question is done, then you give your answer. All right, thank you.
So I'm just gonna ask that question now. So you talked about these arguments that you would have with the defendant about Kenzie crying, and you had told him, if you don't like it, you don't need to stay here. She does. Was there an occasion where you had that argument and didn't back?
You repeat it again, the last part.
Sure. Was there a time when you had that argument and he didn't back? And you didn't stay there?
Yes.
So did you ever witness any interactions between Kenzie and Mike where he had hit Kenzie or something had happened?
No, I never had, well, he hit her, no.
Was there an occasion where something had happened to Kenzie and Mike was involved?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Well, on one day I was at home and I was preparing to get ready to cook, and I called my mother and asked her, could Kenzie come down there until I was done cooking, because I didn't want her to be in the kitchen while I was cooking. In the midst of her going down there with my mother, my sister decided to polish her fingernails. And my mama called me and she said, Kenzie had a burnt mark.
Okay. I think that I understand it's setting the scene, but it's still, let's get to what she learned from Kenzie about this situation.
Okay. Did you ask Kenzie about something that had happened to her?
I did.
Okay. And what was it on her body that you were concerned about?
The burnt mark on her hand, and then she also had a blister on the bottom of her foot.
Tell me about the burnt mark on the hand. Did you ask Kenzie about the burnt mark on her hand?
well, before I asked her about the burnt mark on her hand, my sister and my mother already had questioned her about it.
Without telling me what your mom and your sister.
About me.
Had told you. What did you ask Nancy?
I asked Kenzie, what happened to her hand, and she told me that, no, I said, Kenzie, how did you get that burnt mark on your hand? And she said, Mike. And I said, Mike did that, and she said yes, but she never looked me in my face to say yes. She would always look at the ground when I said his name.
And did you ask her that same question again when the defendant was present?
I did.
And what was her response?
She didn't respond. She burst out crying.
The mark on her hand, was it a scratch like a line? Was it a?
No, it was like a circle. Like actually, if you would get burnt and it leave the little skin there, it was like a little circle mark. It wasn't a scratch.
Did you confront Mike about the burnt mark?
I did.
What did he say?
He said he didn't do it. He said he don't even been around Kansas with fire or nothing like that, but that was his word. He didn't do it.
So I kind of want to fast forward now to June 7th of 2018. I know that you mentioned earlier that you were working at that time.
Did you track your time at work in any particular way?
We did.
Okay. Did you utilize a time card for that?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and shown to Defense Counsel as State's Exhibit 5.
Take a look at it, you know if you recognize it.
I do.
What do you recognize State's Exhibit 5 to be?
It's my time card from work, the time I clock in, take breaks, and when I clock out.
And does that include the week of June 7th, 8th, and 9th?
Yes. Well, it would be June, it'll be June 7th and the 8th, not the 9th, because I ain't go to work on the 9th. That was the day after her death.
But
So
was that the right week?
this the right week? Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would move to admit State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
So I'm just going to put this up on the screen. So this particular week that we're talking about was the week of that Mackenzie passed. And on your time card, it says, this is the Monday. You went to work. Does that look like you worked a normal shift?
Yes.
And then the Tuesday, the same thing?
Yes.
Wednesday, same thing?
Yes.
And then what about Thursday, June 8th?
That's the day I left her.
Okay. And then you didn't return back to work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, Ms. Duffy, walk me through June 7th, the Wednesday. Walk me through your day. What was that day like?
That day I got up around probably like 5:30 to get ready for work. I left home like 5:45 because like I said, the job was only like 5 or 8 minutes away from my home. I went to work and my break was around like 8 a.m. And I was calling home because I was checking on Kenzie because she was already sick. I had just took her to the hospital that day before. And they mentioned that she had a respiratory infection. So they was gonna send her back home due to her being so young. It wasn't nothing they could do.
Let's pause there. Let's talk about respiratory infection. So you said that Kenzie had been sick.
Yes.
Okay. When you say sick, she had a respiratory infection. What kind of symptoms did she have?
Coughing, like a cold. She was coughing a lot, sneezing, running nose. And so that what made me take her to the hospital because she wasn't feeling well. Everything she ate, she throwed it back up.
And so you take her to the hospital.
Yes.
When you took her to the hospital, did you notice any bruising on her body?
No.
Did she appear to be, super sensitive in one area of her body as opposed to another?
No, other than just the coughing or whatever, but no pain. She didn't act like if she was in pain.
And around that same time, had you also taken her to the hospital for something else?
The blister on the bottom of her foot, she had a blister on the bottom of her foot. I took her to the hospital for that.
How did she get blister on her body?
Well, they never told me how, but I know that week of we had ended up going to a water park and she walked it around the water park barefooted. So we don't know if it came from there or where it came from, but it was in the midst of us had went to a water park that week.
Had you taken Kenzie to the hospital before?
I took Keana to the hospital for anything. If she fall, get a scratch, any reason, if she cried too much, I took her to the hospital to make sure she was okay.
Did you do that with both your children or just Kenzie?
Yes, both.
So with Kenzie was pretty familiar with going to the doctor's office.
Yes.
So around this time when she had this upper respiratory infection, did that make her more fussy or more of a crybaby?
Yes.
And you said that she was throwing up as well?
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. Duffy, when you're answering questions, make sure instead of saying, it's yes or no, or maybe, or I don't know, but the court reporter doesn't know how to translate.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Did they give you medication for the upper respiratory infection and the blister?
No, because the blister, they just cut it and drained whatever was out of it and bandage it back up. But the respiratory infection, they said she was too young for medication, so no.
Did she have any other medication at home that you were giving her?
Just Tylenol for the fever and the coughing.
So you said that she had been sick and then you worked that day. And then what happened after you got home after you finished work?
Well, I didn't finish work. When I was calling home on my break, nobody didn't answer the phone. So at my job, we couldn't have phones. So after I went back from break, by that time, my sister was coming to the job telling me something had happened at home. So we left and went home.
Let me put a pause there, because I think we're talking about June 8th. I want to talk about June 7th,
No.
the day before.
Okay, well, yeah, the day before, after work, I just went home. That's the day I took Kenzie to the hospital, which was June the 7th after work.
Okay, and that's when they said that she had this upper respiratory infection?
Yes.
Now, after you took her to the doctor, then what happened?
After I took her to the doctor, we went home.
What did you do that day?
Kenzie mostly slept half of that day. So we didn't do much that I remember, but just being at home.
Was Q at home?
He was.
Who else was there?
Jamah and Calissa and her son and my brother, because he had gotten off work.
And when Carlissa and Leon were working there, did they have, did their work start as early as yours did, or what was their schedule?
My brother go to work before me. So if I had to be to work at 6, I think my brother used to have to be to work at 5. So he would leave home before me. And then it was me. At the time, I think Calissa wasn't working because she had just had her baby. She wasn't working at the time.
If Carlissa was working, was she working at the same time that Leon would be there, or at another time?
At another time.
And do you remember what the kids were doing that night?
That night they was it was doing football season, so they was in the living room watching football. Watching TV.
Are you sure it was football?
It was sports. If it wasn't football, it was sports, but they was watching a game. I do remember they were watching a game.
And did anything happen that night?
No.
Did Mike come over that night?
He did, late hours.
And where did he tell you he was coming from?
He said he was coming from work,
What type of work did he do?
security work.
And then did he also work in McDonald's?
Yes,
What was his main job?
McDonald's.
And when Mike got there, tell me about what time that was. You said it was late.
It had to be around 11, 12. I know it was like night. It was late hours.
And when he got there, were kids still up? Were they asleep? Tell me about that.
They was still up. Kenzie, Q, and Jamah, they was in the living room. So yes, they was still up. I was in the room sleep because I was getting rest for work the next day.
And then did at some point, was Kenzie in the room with you, or was she out in the room?
She was out in the living room with Q.
Did at some point she come into your room?
She did, and she came in the room and she was crying. And I put her up in the bed with me, but she really didn't want to be up in the bed because Mike was there. But before Mike got there, she was in the living room with everybody else. But when he got there, they brought her in the bedroom with me to go to sleep, but she was crying. She didn't want to be in the room while he was in the room.
Did you get Kenzie to stop crying at some point?
Yeah, I lay her up on me and pat her to go to sleep.
When you said you laid her on you, can you kind of describe that?
Like lay her up on my chest to pat her to go to sleep.
Did that usually calm her down?
Kinda, yeah.
Now, when Kenzie would cry and get fussy, would you ever like hit her or punch her or try to get her to calm down?
No, she might get a popping on her legs or hands, but that particular night, no, because she was already, like I said, she was already sick. So I know she would be fussy.
When you say a popping, can you describe that for me?
Just like a pop on her legs.
Like a, hey, cut it out?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that ever leave a mark on her?
No. It was barely a pop. I didn't whoop my kids.
Now, Dr. Kenzie, brother, you were patting her to try to get her to go to sleep. Is Mike in the room with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys sleep tonight? Tell me about the next few hours.
Well, at that point I was up because I was just worried. She was crying off and on, dozing off and on. And by that time, it was time for me to get up and go to work.
So not a lot of sleep that night?
Not at all.
Was the defendant up with you?
I mean, he was laying down, so I don't know if he was asleep or woke, but he was laying down on the other side of the bed.
So what happens when you decide you're gonna get up and get ready for work?
That's particular night, that's the night he was irritated about Kenzie crying, because he's like, I just worked all day at work and I come home, she just crying. And that's when I told him, I was like, well, Mike, Kenzie is sick. She is a baby, she's gonna cry. So if you feel like you can't deal with it, then you could just leave. But apparently he did not leave.
Did he drive you to work that morning?
He did.
Did he tell you he was going back to the house?
No, on a regular day when Mike dropped me off at work, he would be leaving to go to work himself. He wouldn't never return back to my home.
So tell me about what the regular routine would be for you when you would leave for work. And you know, Kenzie would still be asleep. Tell me about that.
So when I get up and get ready for work, if Kenzie laying on me that night, I would put her on the bed if she's still sleeping. But I would go in the living room and let Jamah know, like, hey, I'm up, I'm getting ready for work. Kenzie in the room sleep, I'm about to leave out the door. And usually Jamah would get up to make sure, you know, she up. So when Kenzie get up and come in the living room, that she'll be up.
And then would it be okay for Jamah to go back to sleep at that point?
Kenzie was still asleep?
If Kenzie still asleep, then she probably would, but most of the time, when I tell her I'm going to work, Jamah be up for that day.
Would Jamah typically lock the door behind you?
Yes,
Would you ever bring Kenzie out from your room into the living room at any point?
yes,
And who would you put her with?
Jamah.
At the time, Cece had a child as well.
She did.
So on this particular day, do you know if, when you were being dropped off by the defendant, did he tell you that he was going back to work? He was going to work that day?
Yeah, usually that's when he dropped me off and he say he's going to work. Cause it's time for him to go to work. I think he used to have to be to work at 7 a.m. if I'm not mistaken. And I know I used to have to be to work at 6 a.m.
Did he tell you that morning that he was going to go drive for Uber?
Not that morning, no.
And so tell me about your workday that morning.
That's still June the 7th,
No, June 8th.
June the 8th. Well, when I left home, Kenzie was still in the room sleeping. I left, he dropped me off at work and 7, 8, like I said, around 8 a.m. That's when I was calling home because that's when I get my break. I was calling home to check on my baby because I know that she was already sick, to see how she was doing. See if everybody was up, to make sure they was up, if she was up. No one didn't answer the phone. I called, nobody didn't answer the phone. Our first break usually only 15 minutes. So after that 15 minutes, I went back to work. My phone was ringing. They allowed me to have my phone because my son, he have sickle cell. And the fact that my daughter was already sick. So they allowed me to have my phone, but I couldn't answer it. So when I told my manager, I was like, I need to use my phone because my baby's sick. I was calling on break, nobody didn't answer. But before I could even get back in touch with somebody, my sister had arrived at the job and was telling me that I needed to get home.
Which sister?
Keana Duffy.
You only have one sister.
One sister.
Lots of cousins, one sister.
Yes.
And so did Keana bring you back to your apartment?
She did.
What did you observe when you got there?
When I got there, the ambulance and the firefighters and the police was there.
When you left that morning, was Kenzie alive?
I was the parent that even if my kids was asleep, I'm gonna watch them to see if they breathe, and not just Kenzie because she was sick. When I went into the living room before I left to work, I watched my son, I watched Jamah. Anybody that's sleeping, it's just me. I'm gonna make sure that they breathing. So I definitely know my daughter was alive when I left and went to work.
And at any point in that night, did you kick Kenzie or knee Kenzie to get her to stop crying?
No.
Did you pop her on the left side of her body at all?
I popped on her legs. I'm not sure if it was the left or the right.
But like her abdomen?
Oh, no, just her thighs, because that's what she was laying on me, like her legs, not anywhere, just her legs on me. And it was just like 1 or 2 pops. It wasn't even several.
What about, did you hit her underneath the ribs?
No.
Did you ride in the ambulance with Kenzie to the hospital?
Yes, in the front, not the back, in the front.
Did you see her when she was in the hospital?
When we got there, and they brought her in to the hospital, yeah, I saw her.
Did you see at that point there was anything wrong with her?
And she was unresponsive, so yes.
Did you call Mike at any point at that point?
I did. I called Mike and told them that they was rushing Kenzie to the hospital. Could he meet me at the hospital?
And did you call him one time or more than one time?
just that one time to tell him I was headed to the hospital with my daughter.
You told him you were going to the hospital?
I did.
And did you ask him to bring anything?
No.
Where did you ask him to come?
I asked him to meet me at the hospital because we was already leaving home. Like I was already in the ambulance when I contact him and tell him that I was on the way to the hospital.
Did he actually come to the hospital?
Before he got to the hospital, he went by the house because my mom and them was still at my home, and they told me that he had stopped by the house, and they asked him why he wasn't at the hospital, and he said that he had to come by the house because I told him to get me a jacket from home, but I was already leaving from work. It's June, it's hot outside, I didn't need a jacket. So I don't know, why he went back to the house, but he said because I asked for a jacket. Then he came to the hospital.
Did you ask for a jacket?
I didn't need a jacket.
Did he bring you a jacket?
No.
When he got to the hospital, how was the interaction between you and him?
When he got to the hospital, we was in the family room. And when he came in, he was just pacing back and forth. And he was like, what the doctor said? What did the doctor say? And I said, well, the doctor already came here and talked to us. They don't have to come back in here. But he kept wanting to talk to the doctor. And when the doctor came, they asked me that I want them to explain anything to him. And I told them no, because he wasn't the father and they already had explained everything to me. And I don't know, it wasn't the doctor, the security that was watching our room mentioned that Kenzie had vomit green stuff, and he kept asking them what was the green stuff, but I kept telling the doctor they didn't have to explain anything to him because he wasn't the father.
Did you observe an argument between another family member and Mike at the hospital?
Yes, well, they were just telling him, like, at this point, you need to leave. My cousin was telling him, like, we don't know what's going on right now, and this not the time, so you need to just leave the hospital.
Did you see him again that day?
He came over to the house after we left the hospital, but I was in my room, and he kept asking to speak to me, but I told him I didn't want to be bothered.
Was that when the medical examiner investigator was there?
I don't think they was there when he was there. They came after.
So you were in your room?
I was in my room, yeah.
In the days that followed, so after, did Mike stay that evening?
No.
What about the following day? Did you see him the following day?
He came over the next day.
What happened the next day?
He came over, but it was just like at that point, that's when the medical examiner, the detectives and all that had done been by the house, and they ruled out that my baby wasn't just sick. They was telling me that it was a homicide.
So, Ms. Duffy, what happened when he came over the next day?
Nothing. He was just when he came over that day, he was just asking me, was I okay, if I need anything and stuff like that.
Was there a point in time after Kenzie passed, after June, where you sat the defendant down and had a conversation with him about what he was to say to detectives and what he wasn't supposed to say to detectives?
No, I didn't sit him down with a conversation to tell him to say this or that, no.
Did you tell him to tell the detectives that Kenzie wasn't a crybaby?
No. Because I know she was a crybaby, so I wouldn't have told him not to tell that.
What about having a conversation with the defendant to tell him not to say anything about Uncle Cal?
No.
The week this happened, had you seen your Uncle Cal?
2 days prior to my daughter passing, my uncle was at my home.
Tell the jury a little bit about Uncle Cal. What does he do for work? What kind of person is he?
I don't know how they would describe it, but he's a street person. But anytime he wanted to come by the house, eat, bath, chill, watch TV, he would come by my home because he used to hang in the area at the top of the street where I lived at. He was a good uncle. He done watched my baby before. He done stayed over, watched the kids. Like, he wasn't a bad person. He go to work with a guy and the guy and his dad, he'll go over, do yard work, housework for them. And usually if he stayed at my house that night, they'll usually pick my uncle up like around 6 a.m. If they didn't pick him up, he'll leave walking to go meet them. He walked everywhere he needed to go. So 2 days before that, he literally stayed at my home and he left there and went to work. And then I didn't see him no more that week.
So you said that he's a street man.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
like he do drugs, so he would just like be in and out the home. If he feel like he tired and need rest, he'll come there to sleep. If he hungry, he'll come there to eat.
Okay. But he doesn't have he's not paying rent on an apartment, he's just kind of floating from house to house.
From house to house, yeah.
Are there times when, Calvin would be out all night?
At times he would be, yes.
And this particular week, you remember seeing Calvin on the Wednesday night?
No, Calvin wasn't there the night before.
So you were there on the Tuesday?
On a Tuesday, yes, 2 days before.
What time normally would Calvin leave if he had stayed with you to go to work?
Early mornings before I go to work. If he leave after I go to work, if I call home, he gone by the time I get to work.
Would there ever be a time when Calvin would arrive after you left work? You left for work?
No.
And did you ever tell the defendant to tell the detectives that Calvin wasn't there on the evening of June 7th or the morning of June 8th?
No.
After June 9th, and when was the last time that you saw them?
The day after, so the death date was June 8th. Yeah, June 9th was the last day that I saw him.
Is it possible that it was maybe that same weekend?
That I saw him?
That's well, it's not leading, but it's asking her to speculate. So I'd ask a different question, please.
Sure. So Ms. Duffy, I know they're around the time of your child's death. The days that followed, are they all crystal clear in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember going to the Family Dollar with the defendant?
I remember the Family Dollar, but I don't think I went. I think he went by himself.
Was that the last time that you saw him?
Yes.
Was there a conversation you had with him about not coming back?
I didn't have a conversation with him about not coming back. His family member was telling him like, don't come back, give her time to get herself together because we didn't know exactly what was going on.
So after that, did you hear from him?
He called, I'm not sure exactly what date, but I did hear from him after that. And that's when he called and he was telling me that he said he didn't work that day. He told his job that he had to take his son to the hospital.
Did you know that on June 8th that he had called you to work?
No.
He didn't tell you that when you got to the hospital?
No, that's when he called and he just said I didn't go to work because I told them that I needed to take my son to the hospital, but I didn't take my son to the hospital. I went and do Uber work to make extra money.
But that was not something that you knew about?
No.
Did you have a funeral for Denson?
I did.
Did the defendant come to Denson's funeral?
No.
Did you hear from him after that?
No.
Have you heard from him since?
Since the funeral? It was months later. I don't know when it was his birthday, and he had a nerve to like reach out to me over and said that I wanted to come to his birthday dinner. But that's when I reached out to the detectives and they told me to don't respond.
Just two last questions. Ms. Duffy, why did you let Jamah, who was a teenager, watch Kenzie?
Because I felt like she was responsible and old enough to watch them.
Did anything ever happen with either child in her care?
No,
Q ever complained about Jamah to you?
no,
What about Denson?
no.
And then, was it normal to not see Uncle Calvin for days at a time?
Yes.
At this time, I'm gonna pass the witness.
Mr. Shepherd, questions for Ms. Duffy?
Hello, my name's Kenneth Shepherd, and I represent Mr. Reynolds. Without having to show the family tree again, what's your relationship with Carlissa?
That was my brother girlfriend, so my sister-in-law.
Carlissa Denson?
Yes,
Okay. And was she at that house the morning you went to work?
yes, she was.
Okay. Carlissa Denson. Okay. So she's your brother's
Girlfriend.
How old's your brother?
You mean the time of or now? He should be.
Well, if you can do time up, that'd be great.
Right now, I'm 35, so he should be 33.
33. And about how old do you think Carlissa was then? About the same age?
No, Calissa was in her 20s.
In her 20s? But she's an adult.
Yes.
She's an adult.
Yes.
Okay. So your brother's dating Carlissa, who's in her 20s.
Well, her
She's
late
at the
20s.
house.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay, just going back to some of the things that you said on direct, I just want to make sure that I heard them correctly. And early in your direct, did you tell Ms. McCauley that you had never seen Mike hit Mackenzie?
Yeah, I never saw him hit her. No.
Okay, but that was truthful.
Yes.
Okay, so you never saw that. Okay. And then there was a lot of testimony about events that happened on June 7, because I think you said Mackenzie was coughing and sneezing.
Yes.
Okay. Did she have a runny nose?
She did.
A fever?
The day, yeah, that day, not like the whole time, but she did have a fever.
Okay. Did you testify that you gave her Tylenol, over-the-counter Tylenol for fever and coughing?
Yes.
Okay, so she had a fever?
Yes.
Okay. And that's over-the-counter Tylenol, nothing that required a prescription?
Yes.
Okay, and did you testify that they didn't give her anything for the upper respiratory infection because she was too young for medicine?
Right.
That was from CHOA?
Yes,
Children's
Children's Hospital. Yes.
Okay. And was she throwing up everything she ate?
Well, she really wasn't eating that day. I gave her juice and she threw that back up.
Okay, and the blister on her foot is kind of unrelated to the upper respiratory infection, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you go for two unrelated things, or were they somehow interconnected?
Which two things?
Was there testimony about that she had a blister on her foot?
Yes.
Okay. And so was that at the same time she had the upper respiratory infection?
Yes.
Okay. But did the doctor say the two were somehow connected to each other?
No.
Okay, so you took her to the hospital for two independent ailments.
Two different things, yes.
Okay. Now, how long prior to the taking her to the hospital on June 7 had you been to the water park?
That weekend before.
Okay, so it was really close in time.
I guess, yeah, it was. We went to the water park that weekend.
Okay.
So whatever that weekend to that week.
Okay. And Did you testify that she was, a lot of times at the park, she was barefoot?
Yeah, it was a water park.
Okay. Okay. And did you indicate that you believe that the blister could have come from her walking around at the water park with no shoes?
I said could have because she was at a water park with no shoes, not the entire time. She had on Crocs when we got there, but of course you have to take your shoes off to run around and play in the water.
Okay. And so for most of that day, she was in and out of the water?
Yes.
Okay. And at any time, did you think that maybe that could have somehow, that wet, dry could have been related to why she caught a cold or an upper respiratory infection?
I'm going to object at this
No.
point for the basis of the witness's knowledge. I think we're starting to get a little away from a lay witness.
This would be speculative, sort of like the, is it possible question that Ms. McCauley asked.
Okay. 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 But that day she was in and out of the water.
Yes.
Okay. And then did you testify that when you got home from the hospital that she slept most of that next day?
Not
June
that whole
7?
day, but of course when we got home.
That's what I meant. I apologize. That was poorly worded. So when you arrived home from the hospital on June 7th, testified that she slept most of that day.
Yes.
Was she able to hold down food that day or juice?
No, she didn't really eat like that. No.
Okay. So what day did you first notice the symptoms of the upper respiratory infection?
Probably the beginning of that week.
The beginning of the week. Okay, if I can just look at your timesheet real quick, which is exhibit number 5. And I can't publish it right now, but if I, do you have the ability to publish that real quick?
Publish it for you, yeah.
She's the best. Okay, it appears that the day you left at 10 a.m. is Thursday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the other days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you leave at 4 p.m. Or, yeah, 4 p.m.
Correct.
And then you don't go to work at all on Friday.
No.
Okay, so based upon the timesheet, would you assume that Thursday is the 8th?
Yes.
Okay, and so the day you would have taken her to the hospital would have been Wednesday, which would be the 7th.
Yes.
Okay, and you were at the water park on Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Saturday, okay. So, and you noticed the symptoms for the first time on Tuesday. Did you, I apologize. Did you testify earlier that you noticed the symptoms the day before you took Mackenzie to Children's Hospital of Atlanta?
No, can you repeat that again?
Okay, well, I'll just start fresh then. So obviously you take her to the hospital on the Wednesday, which would have been the 7th.
Right.
What day did you first notice the coughing, the sneezing, etc.?
I said the beginning of that week, probably that Monday.
Okay. So you noticed the symptoms on Monday.
Yes.
Okay, and this was 2 days after the water park.
Yes.
Okay, and then 2 days later, you take her to the hospital.
Correct.
Okay, and when did you notice that she first could not hold down food?
Well, she wasn't eating prior to that week. The day I took her to the hospital, that's the day that she vomited. So that's what made me take her on to the hospital.
Okay. So she had had this upper respiratory infection for a couple days.
Probably about 2 days, yeah.
And you noticed the symptoms on Monday.
Correct.
Okay. And so she's coughing and sneezing. Is she having trouble breathing?
No.
And then So how far away is Quest Temporary Services, or where you're working, Candy Mountain? How far away is that from your apartment?
About 5 minutes,
5 minutes. And
no later than 5 to 7 minutes. It wasn't far.
okay, so on Thursday morning, you have to be there at 6 a.m.
Yes,
and Mike drives you there?
yes.
If you can remember that day specifically, about how far in advance did you get there before 6 a.m.? And if you can't, just typically how far before there do you get to work?
About 5:50 a.m.
5:50.
Yeah.
Okay. So you typically arrive, or on that day you arrive at about 5:50 p.m. or a.m.
a.m.
I apologize. A.m. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's a 5 to 10 minute drive?
I say, yeah, 5 to 7 minutes, not even 10 minutes.
5 to 7 minutes. Okay, and when you say 5 to 7 minutes, does that include the time to walk to your car from your apartment and to the car inside?
Yes.
Okay. So you probably left your apartment sometime around 5:45 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated on direct that before you left the apartment, you checked on your kids and they were both alive.
Correct.
Okay, so that would have been around 5:45 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you wake up Mackenzie and talk to her, or just observe her as she was asleep?
I just observed her. I didn't wake her up.
And then, to the best of your recollection, in addition to Carlissa and Q, was Jamah in the house when you left for work that day?
Yes.
And at the time, Q was about how old?
8 going on 9.
And Jamah?
It should have been about 16.
16? And Carlissa was in her 20s?
Yes.
And was there anybody else in the house when you left?
No.
Just the three?
Carlissa, Jamah, Q, Mackenzie, and Calissa's son, which was a baby.
Okay, I believe that's all the questions I have.
Any redirect?
Just one moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Okay, questions from the jurors? See no cards. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for lunch now. It's about 12:15, a little after, and we're gonna try to keep lunch to 1 hour. And I'll take a poll when you come back as to whether that was not enough time or too much time, but usually it's an hour. As I mentioned at the start of the day, it's fine if you all go eat together, but you're not required to eat together. You're not required to eat at all. But it might not hurt to get out and about. Just make sure that you are back here by 1:15-ish, so that we are able to start back up, because we cannot start until all 14 of you are here. Any logistical questions before we break? If you take your notepads with you, leave those in the jury room. We'll see you in about an hour. No outside research. Thank you.
All right, good.
All right, everyone else can be seated. Ms. Duffy, I want you to know that Ms. McCauley did ask about whether you could stay in court for the rest of the trial. And after I consulted with the sheriff's team, we're not able to do that because of your current situation. So it's not that Ms. McCauley didn't ask, but you're going to need to rely on what friends and family members can relay to you about what's going on. I regret you're in the situation you're in. Ms. McCauley made a good argument on your behalf as to why you should be in here. It's just not something we're able to do logistically because of your current situation. Okay. I'm going to have Ms. Duffy stay right there just while we close things out. Anything else, Ms. McCauley, before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
In looking at your order of proof, looks like we got a couple more witnesses before we have our one minor witness. If you are able to go in order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You're not
actually,
required ever to hew to this.
I forgot. Uncle Calvin's supposed to be on here too, but it's okay. I can put him later today.
You can have him testify whenever you want.
No, I know that I need to work around Carlissa's schedule and Leon's schedule because they have to take their child to the doctor and they also have to work. So I may
Okay.
put them up next and then
Okay.
have Q come after that.
I just wanted to know when Q's going to be testifying.
Yeah.
That's all. Otherwise, you go in any order you want.
Yeah.
Sounds like then state's good to go for the break. Mr. Shepherd, anything we need to take up on behalf of your client before we break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you all a little, be back by 1:15, please.
Okay.
1:15. Thank you.
Been down here a while. Is the American Deli still open?
I believe.
It is, good wings. That's what I'm told.
I love wheat. I'm on.
I'm gonna call.
Why does she need your card? Oh, swipe card. I thought it was like a business, like, that's so weird. What? His name's Gordon. He's a deputy.
I might have to bring, I might have to show people around like Keana and I have to come over. Because Keana and Kia are everything in the last. Typically one and one. If I can't, that's fine. I just need to see you know, how to work. And part of their new baby. As doctor.
Yeah.
And they need to go to the doctor, so I want to be, you know, conscious of that. They got for kids. They don't want to get the paycheck, so.
Okay.
I don't want to mess up.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you at 1:15.
1:15. Okay.
I told them to be about lunch, so.
Okay. Okay.
They're left for-
She'll remember, she'll remember.
Oh, okay.
I gave her good directions.
I'm gonna try to get back to her. She's not comfortable. So. All right, I'll thank you. Yeah, I might. But I think it's honest, because the blister and the cold actually happened the week before, But it's fine, I mean, it's a traffic test, so I think, he just went back, just go back.
He just went back, so yeah.
Less than a minute.
See if Gordon, or go around. No, I think he's in Judge Richardson's chamber.
It's just hard. And show. She just won't say it then. I'm surprised she. No, I thought she really well. Yeah.
Pretty good.
I think the
And the doctor.
Me and the doctor are back there, the doctor's. Oh.
Yeah.
What she believes. It's what she believes. I'm not sure. No, it's minus three. She was actually 13 at the time. She was 13. She was saying she's 13. I was on Monday. Yeah. I know Carlos is the person that she another thing that she can
Yeah.
Oh, I want to hang on. I want to hang Keana. Keep. Yeah. Yeah, we've got a problem there. I've got to get out of that. He gets on third. Yeah, so I'm doing some freshman now. No freshman now, we don't make it different marks.
Yeah, that was fine.
I was just worried that we were gonna see through things this morning. I've been in the front for like 9:20. I know, I had such a hard time. So it always comes like the most unexpected. And it's just like, how can you do 20-month-old baby? Baby. I'm really glad to now put it on. I feel like all right. The teacher was fine. When we got to the you have to run and that's the person that's on the reality. The whole life, and he said that in 5 years. So I was like, he said, you cook, and I said, I'm running. I was born a radio, but I'm not that. I don't know if it's out of me. You never ordered this one, so you never ordered this is the first day. And he's seen the travel code as he crossed the street. So the reason why that's important is Smith pulled it. I was finally watching this one. Smith said there's nothing on the cameras to see. If Uncle Calvin had been walking up and down the street and walked out. Don't see him.
Did I also?
I'm gonna have her close in a minute.
Okay. She okay? She tell her she's going back to ACC today. I'm gonna see if that's South Carolina. I'll pick up tomorrow. Or if we can drive back to South Carolina. Yes. Well, he's not done. I think he's going to confuse me. I think he's going to have to protect it and then so I'm gonna let a little snacky snack.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay here. Okay, that's sweetheart. You do whatever you need to do. I'm just gonna go get a. Listen, I had breakfast this morning. I had full breakfast. I had 3 eggs and toast.
Three whole eggs? Wow.
I scrambled them. And I had
And a
toast.
whole piece of toast?
Yeah. Took me over an hour to get it down.
Where's the stuff?
Yeah. So Kristen, I'm on this track called My Clothes Need a Bit Better. And as you can see, they fit better, and we're gonna continue on this journey. So I got a couple more pairs of pants, and I was afraid to wear my skirt today, because I was like, honestly, nope, but they're always better. I don't know. Oh, I
Did you go upstairs to that home?
Nah, what the hell, hot dog?
Yeah, pizza, hot dog, chips, drink.
Oh, no, I got seven back there. I'm just talking about.
Okay, I got you. You got it. What's that?
this order. It's just like everything. We're fine on that. Are we really doing this?
Part of those records.
Okay.
Then I'll have a little order back.
Okay.
I got these. See that?
Yeah, I said this,
Here.
no, not out of here, but out the,
Did you get it right?
she's like, they're taking the entire board, right? Just,
I'm smelling reasonable down. Yeah, it's just. You gotta get through all of it. Yeah, and then one person said, good job to the DA's office. And she's, and then moon some things like, oh, they're over. Like, we're on track. We're literally on track. No. Did you travel on that? They're bringing over an ASL interpreter. Get out. Yeah. Oh, Marcus, yeah. No, because he's so emotional.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me, Mr. Jordan?
I'll be on my mind. I'm gonna have so much compound trauma after this is over. And no, it's just, it's so hard to see the hands. It's just so hard. So, so I remember, I have CC, right? Right, you have Leon? Or do I have Leon? You have CC. No, I took CC and Leon, didn't I? You have Keana and Jamah today, and you have Monet tomorrow.
There's Nelson. Oh, you did?
Can you hear me?
I'll take you back.
No.
You have Kanisha, right? Who has Kathy Bryan?
No, it's not working. I'm talking and you can't hear me still.
Is it on his end? Because he muted the judge mute the mic.
Oh, he did?
He usually does.
Okay, I'll wait till he comes back down. IT should be coming in there for a minute because they were gonna look at it before he starts back. So he's gonna start back at 1:15?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Well, we'll just go through the family, but I actually have a Jordans in my office, so maybe I'll see if one of the girls can bring the Jordans down. I'm surprised I didn't ask no questions, though. I don't like that. I think our postmaster. Yeah. Yeah, so. I put them on. It's the second time we'll try to, how's that again? It's the second time you've gotten that bad. Didn't we have a maid on Jackson? Yeah, I like having the lawyer. Oh, yeah. Well, there's a lot of evidence. Like I thought, Vic camera, I have cell phone records, I have Uber records.
Must be laying the carpet.
Motion to suppress statement. Oh, who gives? Statement?
That carpet, oh, you never know, I can, they got a team in over that carpet queen. You got to keep moving on. They got to go. And I don't think it's on my view, but they're saying, I'm sure if they're not doing more than she has.
No, he just doesn't know how much he calls it. Container. Why wouldn't you go straight to us? Oh, and Uncle Calvin's there, right? And that's the apartment. I say that in the first place.
Oh. Yeah, they taped off the doorway.
Yes, he's doing that. We have to. Right, we need Calvin.
Hey, Aaron, it's Deidre. I didn't know if you got my message, if you could go into,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
So,
Um,
Darius. Jamah.
yes, yes, I have my Zoom up and Gordon was in there and I tried it, it didn't work. So, okay. Okay, bye.
So this is, the schedule.
Went to lunch and all the jurors that were there were looking at me.
Sorry.
So you already accomplished your objective. You know, going in, when you're representing a child raper or a baby killer, that the jury's not gonna like you as a defense attorney.
It's okay, it's your job.
Yeah, I understand it. I understand it. I accepted it long ago that it's not gonna be right.
You really think we're gonna finish on Monday?
Yes,
20 more witnesses to go?
yeah. There are some cases that are very, very quick.
Okay.
I don't know if I got it. That's good thing is we don't have any more audio today, or video. I'll just shut everything.
Aaron IT.
Hey, Aaron. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. I am unmuted. My microphone's working because it's going green, but you're not hearing me. Testing, testing.
That was
You
his
did?
phone. Oh, that was his phone. Oh, okay.
You didn't hear me.
So how many did you say you're gonna try to get through today?
At least 3 more, if not 4. I just don't know what time he wants to leave early for Halloween.
Okay.
I have 5, 6, 7. I have 7 here.
Plus the Calvin guy,
That's including Calvin.
and he's the one that's not on the list.
Yeah,
Uncle Calvin.
yeah, I didn't put Calvin on there.
I am not worried about that.
Because my real problem is getting through Friday.
So you said
Testing, 1, 2, 3,
The last
testing.
6, starting with
Yeah.
Dr. Go.
Well, Natalie, I can move to Friday.
So what was it?
Hold on. Say something now.
Oh, Gruner.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Yeah, he had the audio on his computer muted.
Oh,
Like the microphone was not muted, but PC itself audio was muted.
so how is that done? Is that done when the meeting's set up or?
Or you just, there's no different than you turning down the volume all the way on your PC.
Oh, okay. So when he comes, you tell him? I think he's on his way.
Yeah, I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, so it was muted on his computer.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Not the microphone, but the actual on PC.
Do you know how long we're staying? till?
Okay, all right.
They
Yeah.
tell you and tell you not to.
Volume
Yeah,
on the
exactly what-
PC. Okay.
Yeah. You look at your PC right now, the microphone.
Mine's at 100%.
Right, I see.
Over on, you mean over to the right?
Yeah, his was
Speakers
off.
in the head.
I need to wait for
Oh,
Yeah,
family
his
plans.
it was
My
muted,
family.
so that's why we can't hear you.
okay.
As soon as I turn it on, I turned it off, but I'm gonna turn
I
it on.
promise I won't sell that information to the North Koreans.
Okay, so you're gonna unmute it so you can hear me.
Yes.
I'll ask.
Okay, all
All
right.
right.
Okay, thanks.
All right. You're welcome.
Yeah, this is a murder trial where it looks like all the evidence is pretty much paper or flash drive.
Oh, no, yeah, so it's like pictures and stuff. There's stuff tomorrow and Monday.
I don't see the assault rifle. And I
No.
don't see a bag of clothing.
No.
You might have to clean.
No,
Or
I
I don't
don't.
see, 50 shell casings.
No.
You know what I mean by a normal
Yeah.
murder? Normal murder, you need a cart for the exhibits.
Yeah.
Or something that would be legal. But it looks like this is primarily paper and digital.
Mhm.
Let's see, I don't think we're finishing. I don't think we're gonna get everybody you need to get on Friday, and you're gonna be coming back on Monday.
I can't. I have to get through certain people on Friday.
Oh, great. It'd be here till 10 p.m.
No, because I gotta get through 9, 10, 12. I have to do 12, 13, 14 on Friday. I have to do those 3.
I still think you're gonna spill over into Tuesday.
I don't disagree. I think I might have to push Darren to Tuesday. Darren and Celeste to Tuesday.
Because I think some of your Friday witnesses are gonna go Monday. Obviously, do the ones that can't come on Monday. Obviously, early in the day. So that way, if there are witnesses we don't get to on the Friday list, they have the ability to come back on Monday.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but when the judge says we're gonna finish on Wednesday, I was like, you better qualify that through Friday. I'm gonna propose and don't lead up your mind about stuff. I know.
Years ago, and Celeste and Dr.
Sure can.
We ending early today?
I don't think we're gonna end particularly early, like not at 3, but I won't, if it's 4 something and we reach a natural break, we'll do that, but I haven't received any requests from the jurors, and I don't know how quickly we're moving through your witness list. But you did mention there were a few people who had to testify today because of work, et cetera.
I just wanted to get it, if we were gonna end at 4, I just kind of wanted to know that.
I don't plan on ending sharply at 4, but like I said, if we reach a point where you either run out of witnesses today or there's some other reason, we certainly won't go past 5. How about that? And you'll still be able to be malpractice. It just will be a little bit later. Let's get on the record, if we weren't already. State versus Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds is in court with his lawyer. Prosecutors are here. Our jurors are ready. Ms. McCauley, anything we need to talk about before the jurors come in?
Okay.
Mr. Shepherd? All right, let's bring him in, please.
And off the record, I pass out the candy. So if I'm not there when the kid shows up, there's nobody to pass out the candy.
There are gonna be some sad kids. Your house will be TP'd and egged.
Oh, I hope not, but yeah, so it's like be there when they show up. They start showing up about 6:30.
All right.
So 5 o'clock would be perfect.
I think we can accommodate that.
And you do get about 50 kids each year.
Pretty good. We get like 2 of a bad, just houses are far apart on my street. And so we get a few visitors. This means more Reese's for me.
President County for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. You guys made it. When we're in my normal space on the 8th floor in the jury room, there's a list of lunch suggestions. Was that in there? Oh, good. So you weren't flying completely blind. Up Mitchell, there's a Thai place and a coffee house. There's American Deli for the intrepid adventurers, right across. Sometimes there's food on the first floor here that gets brought in. It's called Fuda. No origin of that, but Fuda doesn't make anything, but they might bring in Chick-fil-A or Doc Che's or whatever. So that's always an option. And there are a million vending machines if you're a Snickers for lunch kind of person. We're still in the midst of the state's case, so I will ask Ms. McCauley or Mr. Jordan to call the state's next witness.
State calls Jamah Duffy.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you give is the whole truth.
Yes.
Swear not to. You swear you know.
JAMIAH.
Mr. Jordan, you wouldn't happen to have an extra copy of State 6? If you don't, it's okay.
I do not believe we do,
Okay,
Your Honor.
all right. I'll figure it out.
Good afternoon, Ms. Duffy. Can you tell the jury your age, please?
20.
Okay. And do you have any nicknames that you go by?
Pig.
Okay. And do your
Pig?
Mm-hmm.
Pig, okay. I didn't want to get it wrong, just in case. Thank you.
and why do they or who calls you Pig?
Everybody.
Okay. And why do you have that nickname?
Oh no, I've been had that nickname since a kid.
Okay. Can you tell me, do you currently work?
No, I go to school.
Okay. And what school do you attend?
St. Thomas University online.
Okay. And do you know a Garica Duffy?
Yes,
How do you know her?
that's my cousin.
Okay. And do you know or did you know a Mackenzie Duffy?
Yes, that's my cousin.
Okay. And can you describe Mackenzie Duffy?
She was a little girl. She was dark skinned, very playful.
Okay, very playful. Now, you said that she was. Were you present on the day that Mackenzie Duffy died?
Yes,
Okay. Prior to Mackenzie Duffy dying, what role did you have in her life?
she was my cousin. I was watching her because I was out of school for the summer.
Okay. And can you take me through a normal day of watching Mackenzie?
We wake up, eat, go outside. She play a little bit, go back in the house, sit down. She get a cup, just play around.
And what were the normal hours in which you would watch her?
From the time her mom would go to work till she get off. So like, she leave at like 5 something in the morning. So till like the afternoon.
And over the course of the summer, was it the same schedule every single day?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you living in June of 2017?
I was living with my mom, so in Etheridge.
Okay. And do you remember the exact address of that location?
Yes, 2591 Etheridge Drive, apartment A211.
Okay. And did you ever go over to an apartment on Harwell Road?
Yes.
How often would you go there?
Weekends, and when I'm out of school, I stay over there for a long time.
Okay. And when you would stay over at Harwell Road, was that a house or an apartment?
Apartment.
Who else would be in the apartment when you were over there?
When I got out, it'll be me, it'll be Quindarius, Carissa, Leon, Garica, and then Mike will come over sometimes.
Okay. And you said Mike, is that Mike Reynolds?
Yes.
How do you know Mike Reynolds?
He was my cousin's boyfriend. I really don't know him too well, but I saw him around sometimes.
Okay. And by sometimes, how often would sometimes be?
He came over like weekdays. He had to take Garica to work. Of course, he spent the night.
Okay. And how often would he spend the night?
Like every day.
Okay. Now, did you ever see Mike and Kenzie interact?
No, at first,
Like when he first started coming around, she didn't like run from him or anything. But after like a while, she started running. Like she'll cry when she see him.
And when you say after a while, do you recall how long of a time period that was?
No, can't recall.
Now, did you ever witness Mike get upset with Mackenzie?
When she cried.
How often would that be?
She cried. She a baby. She cried a lot. When she cried, one time he turned the TV up real loud, and like you know how you try to tune somebody out. That's what he'll do.
And you said that he would tune her out. Would he do that in other ways than turning on the TV?
No, not that I know of.
Now, if I can direct your attention to the morning of June 8th of 2017, do you recall where you were?
I was in the living room. I was laying down. I was asleep.
Okay. And when you say the living room, were you at the living room in 208 Harwell Place?
Yes.
Okay. And now you said that you were sleeping. Do you recall what time of morning you woke up on June 8th of 2017?
Quindarius woke me up around 9-ish.
Okay. And when Quindarius woke you up, do you recall why he woke you up?
Mackenzie wasn't breathing, was his exact words.
Okay. And after Quindarius told you that, what did you do?
I was talking to her because she was like, and I was like, Mackenzie, you awake? She didn't never say nothing. Then I grabbed her and we were sitting on the sofa. And then she said, and then Cece came in.
Jamah, do you need a quick break?
Ms. Duffy, you gonna be okay, or do you want to take a break? Well, I've got a different question for you. You said someone came in, you said Cece came in?
Cece is Carissa. She came in, she was on the phone with 911. And she asked me, can I give it to her? And I gave it to her. She laid on the ground. She laid on the sofa. And when she laid on the sofa, they asked her, can she perform CPR? So she started doing it. And then Mackenzie threw up green stuff.
Now, Jamah, do you need a second?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can take a brief break.
Do you want to step down, or you just want a second right there? We can do it either way.
Can I step down?
Sure. Why don't you do that? Mr. Jordan, do you want to call a different witness now, or do you want to see if just a couple of minutes will work? I don't want to press this witness, and so if she needs more time, then we can pause and bring in a different witness so that we keep using the jury's time.
If I can step out briefly, Your Honor, I think we'll only need a 2 to 3 minute recess.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's gonna take a few more minutes, so the state is going to call it.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we're pausing the testimony of Jamah Duffy. We're going to pivot to another witness. She'll come back because, of course, Mr. Shepard has the right to ask Ms. Jamah Duffy questions as well. So pause your notes there. And who is our next witness?
It's gonna be Ms. Denson, Your Honor, if I can step out. And get her.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So, there's a statement called Carlissa Denson.
Okay, that's your witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Swear affirm that the testimony you will give, the truth, the whole truth,
Yes.
Carlissa Denson, CarlissADenson.
Good morning, Ms. Denson.
Good morning.
Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
Yes,
Or where?
at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
What do you do at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta?
I do registration.
And where do you currently live? You don't have to give the address, just area of town.
I live like off of Jonesboro Road in Atlanta.
Okay. Is that in Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
And who do you live with?
I live with my children and their dad.
And what are your kids' names?
Carter, Chloe, and Kason.
How old is Carter?
He's 8.
And what about Chloe?
She's 4.
And Kason?
Kason, he's 7 months.
And does he live with their father? Is that their boyfriend partner?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what's his name?
Leon.
And are you familiar with some of the name of Garica?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Garica?
She's my boyfriend's sister.
Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law.
And was there a time when you and Keana stayed together?
Yes, ma'am.
About what? About 2017?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
You have to say yes or no, just to the court group.
Okay.
So let's kind of jump to 2017. When did you have Carter? What's his birthday?
6/24/16.
And in 2017, were you living at the Harwell Place address?
Mhm.
Garica?
Yes.
And who lived there with you?
It was me, Leon, Garica, and Quindarius, and Mackenzie.
Did you interact regularly with Quindarius and Mackenzie?
Yeah.
And in June of 2017, were you working?
Yes.
Where were you working?
I was working at Home Depot.
And what type of work were you doing?
I was doing stocking overnight or at nighttime.
Why were you working overnight?
I can't remember. I think sometimes I would work overnight. I think because their dad would be like working in the daytime.
Where did Leon work?
He was working at a temp agency. I want to say it was Trojan.
And what were his hours?
6 a.m. until finish.
And then the time you had your 1-year-old son?
Yes.
Was he in daycare or anything like that?
No.
So tell me about your relationship with Garica in June of 2017. How would you describe that relationship with her?
We had a good relationship. Yeah, it was good.
Did you ever fight about anything?
No. Mm-mm.
What about your relationship with Kenzie?
It was good as well. Yeah, she would come to me. Wasn't anything bad.
What was Kenzie like as a toddler in the house?
She was a good baby. She cried a lot, but besides that, she was like a normal toddler. Running around playing. Yeah.
Did you ever interact with Mike, therapist boyfriend?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations with him or socialize with him?
No. No.
So at June 2017, to make sure I have this information right, Leon is working from 6 a.m. until finished, and then you're working overnights at Home Depot, and the two of you are sharing care of 1-year-old Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
When Garica would be at work, during the day, would you sometimes be home with the kids?
Yes, sorry.
And did you care for the kids?
Sometimes I would.
Was there someone else there to help you?
Most of the time Pete would be there, or Leon.
See if they get mine.
Jamah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
They already know her name.
Sorry.
Okay. So tell me about June 7th of 2017, if I can kind of direct you to that date. Were you home that day on June 7th?
That's the day that everything happened.
Well, actually, that's the next day, but the day before. Tell me what
The
you
day
remember
before.
from the day before.
From the day before, I remember I know we had been out, like running errands earlier that day. And I want to say we had came back to the house maybe about 8 or 9ish that night. I can't really remember where we went, but I know that we was out.
What happened when you came back to the house? How was
everything? I think everybody was woke. I can't really remember, but
When you say woke, do you know awake?
yeah, I think everybody was awake. It was pretty normal, I'm gonna say.
Do you remember what you did when you got back to the house? Okay, that's okay. I'm 7 years ago. So
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember if there was people in the living room, if there were people in the kitchen or something else?
I know it was people in the living room. I don't know if they was asleep or what. I'm not sure. But in the living room.
Do you remember Mike coming over that night?
Yes.
Do you remember are there any interactions between Mike and anyone else in the house that stand out to you from that evening?
No.
Tell me about the next day, the morning, the next day.
I had got up that morning. I think I woke up maybe about 3 something that morning. No, I woke up at about 6 that morning or 7. I woke up to fix my baby a bottle. And then I went back to the room. And I want to say I went back to sleep, or I was calling Sprint. So I think pay my phone bill or set up a payment arrangement. And I guess a couple of minutes later, maybe about 10 or 15 minutes later, Quindarius came back and was saying that his sister wasn't breathing.
Darius came back, tried to keep you.
He was He was like under distress. He seemed scared, afraid. Okay. Okay. Okay.
So what happened when you came into the room and told us what you did?
I got up and I went up to the front and I immediately called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
I told them what had happened or what was going on, and they told me to, I guess, perform CPR on her to see if she would start back, to see if she would start back breathing. I'm sorry.
It's okay. If you can bend the microphone however you want. Make sure you're talking into the microphone,
Okay.
please.
So would you just repeat that?
I called 911 and they told me to perform CPR on her.
Had you ever performed CPR on a toddler before?
No,
Had you ever performed CPR on anyone before?
no.
So how did you perform CPR on, did you perform CPR on Mackenzie?
I did.
Can you tell me about what you did?
I can't really.
Demonstrate it?
I can't really I know she was telling me what to do. I told her, I remember saying that I didn't know how to do it. And he was telling me what to do. And I just remember doing exactly what he told me to do.
When you were performing CPR on Mackenzie, what part of her body were you touching?
It was like the upper part,
The upper part
like
of her
in
body?
her chest, like her chest area.
Was she responsive when you were performing CPR on her?
No,
Did you hear her breathing?
no.
Do you recall maybe earlier that morning, maybe when you came out to fix a bottle for Carter, seeing the kids in the living room?
Yes, they will sleep on the floor.
Do you remember drawing a diagram of what that looked like for the detective you spoke with?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and shown to defense counsel as State's Exhibit 7. Take a look at it, let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
What do you recognize State's Exhibit 7 to be?
So, Q was laying like right next to the TV.
So
I'm sorry, Quindarius.
Is that the diagram that you drew for the detective about when you went out into the living room?
I don't know. I remember where they was laying.
Do you remember drawing that for the detective?
Like, do I remember drawing this?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that's okay. Do you remember describing where they were laid out in the living room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So can you describe that for me?
So Quindarius was laying next to the TV and Mackenzie was laying next to him.
And where was Jamah?
She was laying I want to say she was on the floor as well. I think somebody was on the sofa, if I'm not mistaken.
Was Uncle Calvin there?
No.
And when you saw them laying out in the living room, did everything look okay at that point?
Yes, like they was just laying down asleep is what I thought.
So after you're on the 911 call,
okay.
After you were on the 911 call, with the chest compressions,
How many of those did you have to do?
I can't remember.
Do you remember if it was a long time before law enforcement showed up or the first responders showed up, or was it a short period of time?
I don't think it was a long time. It was a short period.
Prior to coming up to the living room, seeing the kids, had you heard Kenzie crying at all that night?
I think I heard her crying maybe about 3 something that morning.
What about when her mom left for work? Did you hear her crying at that point?
No,
Did you hear anyone coming into the apartment that morning?
no,
Did you hear anyone leave out that morning after you got up to get the bottles for a cart?
no.
Now, after call 911 and the police showed up, did you go to the hospital?
No.
Why didn't you go to the hospital?
I was at the house with Carter.
Did anyone come to the house while you were there with Carter?
I know family and stuff showed up.
Did you run into Mike at any point that morning in the house?
He had left. He wasn't there, and then he ended up coming back.
Did he come back after they had left with Kenzie for the hospital?
Yes.
Did he come back on his own? Did he come back with Garica? Tell me about that.
No, he was by himself.
Talk to him at any point?
No,
Did you see what he did in the apartment that morning?
no,
Did you have any other interactions with him?
no.
Ms. Denson, did you have any interactions with Kenzie where Kenzie would have gotten hurt?
No,
Didn't hit Kenzie in any way?
no.
That's what it's done.
7 wasn't tendered just based on the exchange you had.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Shepherd, questions for Ms. Denson?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm Kenneth Shepherd. I represent Mr. Mike Reynolds over there. So I just want to touch on a couple things that you talked about. But sorry, do you remember talking with the police about this at the time?
Yes.
So somebody from the police did come talk with you about what had happened.
I can't really remember.
Okay, but it's possible you spoke with a police officer about this.
I mean, when I called, I did speak with the people over the phone.
Okay, are you aware that the police conducted an investigation about what happened that day? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware that that investigation is why we're here today?
Correct.
Okay. And are you aware that the police interviewed a number of people about that event?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Is it possible that one of those people was you?
Yes.
Okay. So starting with the 911 call, are you the one who called 911?
Yes.
Okay. And have you heard that playback lately?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember at the very beginning of the call, where you're telling the after you tell the 911 operator the address, do you remember telling the operator that she's not breathing and she's not awake, meaning Mackenzie?
Yes.
Do you also remember telling the operator that her eyes are open and that she moved her mouth?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you remember them instructing you on how to perform mouth to mouth?
Yes.
And do you remember breathing into her twice?
I can't remember how many times. I don't remember.
Do you remember
But-
pinching her nose and breathing into her lungs?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember them telling you to do chest compressions?
Yes.
Okay. And did you perform chest compressions on Mackenzie?
Yes.
Now, on direct, the state asked you how many times you've performed CPR ever, and was your response none?
Yes.
And was your response also that you'd never performed CPR on a toddler
Yes.
before this?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember testifying that during the 911 call, you told the operator that you do not know how to do CPR? You just testified.
Yes. I believe I told them that.
And do you remember just telling that to the jury a few seconds ago?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever taken a class on how to do CPR before this night?
No.
Or this morning? I apologize, this morning. Never.
No.
So you don't have a certificate on how to do CPR?
Objection asked and answered.
It's a different question. I'm asking about a certificate.
Okay, overruled, but keep moving.
Do you have a certificate on how to do CPR?
No.
Okay. Now, was this telephone, I can't remember what technology was like back then. Was this an oral only 911 call, or were y'all on FaceTime?
No, we was on a phone call. I
Okay,
called them.
so there was no video.
No.
So that you couldn't point the camera and the CPR or the 911 could say, okay, your hands are not in the right place, but there was no video feed to the 911 so he could tell you that you're not doing it right or you're doing it correct.
No.
So the person on the 911 call couldn't see what was happening in the room with his own eyes.
No.
Okay. Was a video created of you performing the CPR?
No.
So nobody had their cell phone out recording what was happening?
No.
Okay. Now, do you remember the dispatcher telling you to pump her chest about 30 times?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember your interview with the Detective D. Smith, Darren Smith, that you told Detective Darren Smith during your interview that the dispatcher told you to pump her chest 30 times, that you told him that?
I don't remember.
Is it possible you said it and just don't remember?
Maybe. I don't remember saying it.
Okay. At the time when you first encountered Mackenzie and you said she moved her mouth, was she gasping for air, going, oh?
No.
No. Okay. And at the time, while you were performing the CPR, did any green stuff come from Mackenzie's mouth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did the green stuff appear as a result of something, a cough or something similar to a cough?
No.
So the green stuff just
think so.
magically appeared? How did the green stuff?
So when I was doing the CPR, I don't remember if it was when I was doing mouth to mouth or when I was like doing it the other way. I just remember something coming up from her mouth.
Okay. Do you remember the 911 operator telling you to turn her to the side and clear her mouth?
I don't remember.
Would it refresh your recollection to hear a part of that 911 call?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And while she's getting that queued up, I'll ask you some more questions. Okay, so It's towards the very end. It's right before it cuts off. Because she tells her to clear her mouth, do the 2 breaths, and then the chest compression. So towards the very, very end. So before you breathed into her mouth, did you look in her mouth to see if there was anything obstructing her mouth?
No,
Okay, when you opened her mouth, okay, before you tried to breathe into her, did you open her mouth?
I want to say her mouth was already open.
Okay. So when you breathed into her mouth, was her mouth closed or open?
I I want to say it was open.
Okay, would it be easier to breathe into somebody's mouth if it's open or if it's closed?
Open.
Okay, let's listen to this part and see if we can hear this part of the telephone call.
All right, did you feel the air going in?
Oh, it's before
Yeah.
that.
The chest rise to the below 2 regular breaths. Keep breathing and feel or hear any breathing. Put your ear next to her mouth. Can you feel or hear any breathing?
No.
All right, I'm gonna tell you how to give mouth to mouth, okay? I want you to pinch her nose closed, okay? I want you to cover her mouth with your mouth, and I want you to blow 2 regular breaths into the lungs. So that's gonna be a 1 second each. I want you to blow just enough to make the chest rise with each breath, okay?
I think we missed it. It might be before.
White.
All right, something's in there.
Yes, white stuff.
What I want you to do,
Or is that her teeth? No, it's nothing in her mouth.
all right, turn her head to the side. I want you to clean her mouth and nose.
Okay. There's nothing inside of it.
All right, I want you to see if you can feel or hear any breathing. Put your ear next to her mouth. Do you feel or hear any breathing?
No.
All right, I'm gonna tell you how to give mouth to mouth, okay? I want you to pinch her nose closed, okay? I want you to cover her mouth with your mouth, and I want you to blow 2 regular breaths into the lungs. So that's gonna be a 1 second each. I want you to blow just enough to make the chest rise with each breath, okay?
It's like,
All right, did you feel the air going in?
yes.
All right. Okay, listen carefully. I'm going to tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? I want to make sure she's flat on her back. I want you to place the heel of your hand right on the breast.
Okay, so does that refresh your recollection about that morning?
Yes.
Well, we'll start with this. Was that your voice on the call?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember that call? You
Yes.
making it? Okay. So originally there was nothing in her mouth, right?
No, it was nothing in her mouth.
Okay. And then you breathe into the mouth twice.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then the 911 operator tells you how to do chest compressions.
Yes.
And you do some chest compressions.
Yes.
But you can't remember how many.
I can't remember.
Okay. And then at some point, something green appears somewhere. Where did you first see the green stuff?
It came out of her mouth.
It came out.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Did she like breathe out and that caused green stuff to come out? Did she cough and that caused green stuff to come out?
No, when I performed the CPR, the green stuff started coming up out of her mouth.
So you were pushing on her, and as a result of you pushing on her chest, it was forcing green stuff out.
When I performed mouth to mouth, green stuff started coming up.
Okay, but that's not what the tape said. The tape doesn't indicate that because you would. Do you want to listen to it again?
I mean, I just listened to it. You
Okay,
can
so
play it
did
again.
did you hear yourself say anything about green stuff coming out of her during the part we heard?
I don't know, you can play it again.
Let's play it again, just the end part, starting with where she breathes into her mouth.
No. All right, I'm gonna tell you how to give mouth to mouth, okay? I want you to pinch your nose closed, okay? I want you to cover her mouth with your mouth, and I want you to blow 2 regular breaths into the lungs. So that's gonna be a 1 second each. I want you to go just enough to make the chest rise with each breath, okay?
It's like, I know.
All right, did you feel the air going in?
Yes.
Okay, do you say anything about green stuff coming out of her mouth during that clip?
Yes.
You did? Did you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, so green stuff is now coming out of her.
Yes.
Okay, and at this point, you haven't performed the CPR yet?
I have performed the CPR.
You have?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so as a result of that, green stuff is coming out of her.
Green stuff is coming out of her.
Okay. Okay, and at this point, did she do anything to cause the green stuff to come out of her, such as coughing or exhaling or anything?
No.
Okay. All right, let me check my notes real quick. Okay, and just to finalize one last thing, on direct, the state asked you if you had any interactions with Mike, and you said you had very limited interactions, basically?
And we didn't interact.
Okay, did you ever see Mike kick, punch, or do any type of physical abuse towards Mackenzie?
No.
All right, thank you, nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Denson, when you were performing CPR on a toddler, the first time you'd ever performed CPR ever, did you ask anyone to report it?
No.
Was that the first thing on your mind, was to make sure that it was memorialized that way? To get someone to stand there with a.
Right, no.
Report it?
No.
And were you, writing down exactly what you did as you did it while you were performing CPR on your 18-month-old niece?
No.
Would you describe that experience as stressful?
Yes.
After the fact, when you did have to talk to the defendant, or sorry, not the defendant, the detective, did you write down word for word everything you said to them?
No.
Fair to say that a lot has happened in your life since 2017?
Yes.
Including having two more children?
Yes.
And would you say that your memory is better today, or would you say that it was better in 2017?
I would say in 2017.
Thank you, Ms. Benson.
You're welcome.
Mr. Shepherd?
Here you are.
Questions from the jurors? Yes? So I forgot to say, right on one side of the card, don't put your name on it or anything, just jot down your question legibly and take your time. No. It's anonymous. Just what color was the shirt? Whatever your question was. Put that there. Thank you. Ms. Denson, was the CPR, the medical attention you gave to Mackenzie done on a sofa or the floor or a bed? Where was she when you were working on her?
It was on the sofa.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up questions to that, Ms. McCauley?
Sure do. Ms. Denson, just to clarify again, when you were performing a CPR on the sofa, was Mackenzie's body turned in any direction?
I can't remember. I think she was, I can't remember.
You were good with the microphone before. Can you get
All
closer
right.
to the microphone? Thank you.
I want to say she was on her back.
And did you perform the
Yeah.
CPR on her chest or on her abdomen?
On her chest.
Oh, nothing further.
Mr. Shepherd, anything you want to follow up on based on that one question I asked Ms. Denson? Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. You're free to go.
Okay.
What are we going to try to do now?
Yes, Your Honor, if we can resume the testimony.
Let's do that. Welcome back, Ms. Duffy. You ready to keep going?
Yes.
Okay. You remain under oath to answer truthfully any questions asked by Mr. Jordan or Mr. Shepherd or anything I might ask, okay?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Jordan?
Jamah, if we can back up to the night before when Darius told you about Mackenzie, what do you remember about the night before, which would have been June 7th?
The night before, I actually think a basketball game came on that night. We watched the game. We laid down. She was in the living room with me around like 4 something. She started crying.
And when you say she, do you mean Mackenzie?
Mackenzie.
Okay.
She was crying. Then Garica came out the room. It was like, she'll get her. And I was like, I can keep her because I already had to get her that morning. And she was like, I'll take her on in the room. She got her and she took her in the room. And she would just pop her on her leg like Mackenzie go back to sleep. That's all.
And what time did Garica eventually bring Mackenzie out of the room?
That night she didn't come back out the room.
Okay.
When Mackenzie, the only thing I know is when I woke up the next day, she was in the room. I asked Quindarius how she get in there. He told me out his mouth that Mike gave her to him and said, put her back to sleep.
Stop. Okay. Can you give the witness a little guidance?
Yes.
Second judge, actually.
Your Honor, we do believe that Ms. Jamah Duffy is noticed on the child hearsay notice. We know that Mr. Quindarius is still to testify, but he is going to testify later this afternoon.
All right, let me check. I'm not disagreeing. I don't have that in front of me, so I need to pull it up. Would you ask another question? We'll come back to this.
Yes, Your Honor. Jamah, so at what point do you remember Mackenzie being back in the living room?
When I woke up, when Quindarius woke me up, she was back in the living room.
Okay. And at what time did you wake up?
He woke me up around 9:45, somewhere around that time.
And where were you all sleeping in the living room?
On the floor right in front of the TV.
Okay.
So I was closer to the door. Quindarius was closer to the back door, and Mackenzie was laying in the middle.
Okay. And what were you all laying on?
A cover.
Was there anything else on the floor that you remember?
A rug.
Okay.
I'm gonna pause you now. I have dredged up from June of 2022, the child hearsay notice as to Quindarius. And this Ms. Duffy is included on there. So insofar as it relates to things Quindarius Duffy may have said in relation to the allegations here, it was noticed, and the state has made clear that Quindarius Duffy will be available for cross-examination. So I think it's appropriate for this witness to testify about things Quindarius Duffy said, as long as they relate to this case and not what happened on his 7th birthday or something like that. But I want to give you a chance, Mr. Shepherd, to perfect the record from your perspective.
But just assuming he does testify, then we do not have an objection, but ultimately he doesn't testify, or.
We have a lot of issues if he doesn't testify. Agreed. Okay. So proceed in any order you want, including backtracking to that question that we appropriately interrupted.
And Jamah, if you can recall, what did Quindarius tell you about Mackenzie coming out of the room?
He told me when he woke me up, he was like, Mike handed Mackenzie to him and said, put her back to sleep. And he just laid her down, like, go back to sleep, because that's what he was told to do.
And when did you find out this information?
The same day. Okay. When we woke up that morning, I asked him how she get back in here, because I knew she went in the room the night before, and that's what he told me.
Right. And as much as you can remember, was 9:40 the first time that you woke up on June 8th of 2017?
That's the only time I woke up, and I only woke up like at 4 o'clock that morning. That's considered the 8th too. Okay. Other than that, I got up at 9:40 something.
And what did you hear at 4 o'clock in the morning?
She was crying.
Now, before we took a break, you stated that Quindarius woke you up.
Yes.
About Mackenzie.
That morning. He said at 9 something, he said she wasn't breathing.
Okay. And what happened after Quindarius told you that Kenzie wasn't breathing?
After he told me Kenzie wasn't breathing, I was like, Kenzie, is you up? Because she was, and I was like, Kenzie, is you up? She didn't never say nothing. And then I touched her and she wasn't breathing. So then I picked her up, we sat on the sofa, and I was holding her and she said, and then Cece was coming down the hallway and she was on the phone with 911. And they told her to do CPR. She laid on the sofa. She did it. She only got to do it like once, and then green stuff came up.
And CC is Ms. Denson?
Yes.
And after CC applied CPR, what happened after that?
By that time, 911 was arriving.
Okay. And were you present when police officers came?
Yes.
Okay. And did you speak to any police officers when they arrived at their apartment?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Did you eventually go to the hospital?
Yes, I went down to the hospital.
Okay. And do you remember anything of note that happened at the hospital?
Not that I can remember. By the time we got to the hospital, everyone was really coming out.
Everyone was really what?
They was escorting everyone by the time we got to the hospital.
Okay. Now, do you recall Jamah speaking with a detective in relation to Kenzie's death?
The same day?
Not the same day, but later on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall doing a drawing for that detective of where you, Quindarius, and Kenzie were laying?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what has been previously labeled as the State's Exhibit 8. Jamah, if you can take a look at that and tell me what State's Exhibit it is.
You said if I could tell you what?
Yes. What is State's Exhibit 8?
The picture. Can I turn it around?
Yes.
Oh, no, don't show it to the jury. The question is just, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Tell the jury not what's in it, but I think this is a picture I took outdoors, or a picture I drew, or a picture my friend drew.
No, I drew this picture. This is how we was laying in the living room the morning of.
Okay. Does it appear to be altered or changed in any way? Or if I can ask it this way, does it appear to be the exact same picture that you drew for the detective?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Ship? No? You're probably ahead of me. State's 8 is admitted.
Jamah, are you able to see the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right. If you can show what the large stick figure that's towards the TV, or
Why don't we have her draw on it? That'll be easier. So if you tap the screen, just any finger touch the screen. See the circle in the lower left corner with what looks like a pencil in it?
Mhm.
Great. Now your finger can draw. So Mr. Jordan's going to ask you some questions and you can just mark on the screen.
so the larger stick figure that's close to TV, do you recall who that was supposed to be?
Quindarius.
Okay. And the smaller, if you can circle it with your finger, the smaller stick figure, who is that?
Mackenzie.
Okay. And this last stick figure that's the furthest away from the
Closer to the door? It's me.
Okay.
You say door, is that what those two little lines to the side are?
Mhm.
And that's yes?
The door where you come in.
To the apartment?
Mhm.
Okay, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, Jamah, do you recall on either June 7th or June 8th seeing a Calvin Duffy at the apartment?
No. I saw him like not June 7th, June 8th. It was like the 6th, 5th, maybe.
Okay.
So what was that?
Can you repeat that, Jamah?
I did not see Calvin Duffy the 7th or the 8th. It was like earlier that week, the 5th or the 6th, not sure which day.
Thank you.
If I may have 1 second.
Yep.
And Jamah, are you absolutely certain that Calvin Duffy was not at the apartment?
I'm positive.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Shepherd, questions for Jamah Duffy?
So just to refresh my recollection, what's your relationship to Garica?
So Garica,
Garica,
cousin.
she's your cousin, okay.
Yes.
So the summation of your testimony is basically that you woke up at 4 a.m. and Mackenzie was crying.
Yes.
Now, at that time, is Garica still home, or would she already have been gone to McDonald's? 4 a.m.
McDonald's, she didn't work at McDonald's.
I mean, she would have gone to work where she worked.
Not at that time, it's too early.
So at 4 a.m., she was still in the bedroom with Mackenzie, probably.
Yes.
Okay. And then you go back to bed.
Mm-hmm. After
Then
she get the baby, I go back to bed.
Okay. And then the next time you wake up is around 9:40-ish when Quindarius wakes you up.
Yes.
And when you wake up, Quindarius tells you that Mackenzie is having trouble breathing.
He said she is not breathing.
Okay. Now, you made a sound both before you went outside and
Yes.
earlier. Kind of, it sounded like it was a gasping sound.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the sound that Mackenzie was making?
Yes.
Okay, so basically at 9:40 when you wake up, Mackenzie is still alive and gasping for breath.
I won't say she was alive, but she was going in and out like
Okay.
she couldn't catch her breath.
Okay, so she's gasping for breath.
Yes.
Do dead people typically gasp for breath if they're already deceased?
I didn't say
Right.
she was already deceased.
Okay, and this isn't the right person to ask medical questions. There'll be plenty of medical people to ask those questions for.
So when you wake up at 9:40, she's gasping for breath.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then 911 is called by CC. I'm sorry, the court reporter needs a yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And then the 911, are you there for the 911 call?
Yes.
And at some point, the 911 operator tells CC to perform chest compressions and mouth to mouth.
Yes.
And CC performs chest compressions and mouth to mouth on Mackenzie.
Yes.
And during this process, green stuff comes out of Mackenzie's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, any follow-up?
No follow-up.
Okay, questions from the jurors? Okay. Thank you. So, Ms. Duffy, a couple more questions. Did Kenzie, you mentioned that Kenzie at some point made a sound like she was gasping for breath. Did that happen during the time that Ms. Denson, I think Cece, was doing the CPR, or was it before, or where did that happen, or was it all the time?
It was before she did CPR.
Not during, but before.
Before.
Okay. And did you say that Quindarius Q told you that someone put Kenzie between the two of you?
No, he handed him to him, and Quindarius told me that Michael handed Mackenzie to him and said for her back to sleep.
Okay, so the someone who handed, according to Q, to Quindarius, the someone who handed him Kenzie was Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Jordan, any follow-up based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Shepherd?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your time.
I can leave it back.
You can, yeah, take your water, and then yes, you can leave. Thank you for being here. The state's next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls me on Duffy.
You swear affirm testimony you will give.
Yes, Leon Duffy, Leon Duffy.
Is there not an E? Do some of the Duffys have an E in there?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have an E?
No.
You don't like the E?
On my social security card, it's just got the Y. So I just go with the
Seriously?
Y.
Okay, because I saw that and like they spelled your name wrong. But you're related to Garica.
And my sister.
Yeah, all right, but she's got an E, you don't have an E. Crazy
My
world.
social security card got a Y.
Hey, go with the social security card.
Is it?
Thank you. Ms. McCauley.
Sorry, introduce yourself to the jury. Duffy, no E. Mr. Duffy, how old are you?
34.
And what type of work do you do?
Right now I work at Staple Warehouse.
And where do you live? Don't have to give the address, just general location.
Jonesboro.
And who do you live with?
Me and Carlos.
And do you have any children?
3. I got 5 total, but with Carlos 3.
And the 3 that you have
The
with you?
3, yeah, they stay with me. Mhm.
And in 2017, where were you living?
On my sister on 28 Hardware.
And you said with your sister, do you just have one sister or do you have more than one?
2. Keana and Garica.
I know we talked before, so you probably already know the questions I'm gonna ask, but let me ask you the question and then answer it, because the court reporter has to write everything down, okay?
Okay.
So when you lived with, Garica, who else lived with you?
Me, Garica, her son, CC. That was it. Me, Garica, her kids, and me and my baby mamas.
And were you working at the time?
Yes.
Where were you working?
True Light Glass. I had just lost my glass company job, so I had started working for a job that pay every day. It was called like Trojan or something. I think it was Trojan over there in East Point.
At the battery place?
No, it was like a job. I mean, it was like a place you go to, and then they send you out for work, whatever they got. Yeah.
What type of hours were you working when you started at Trojan?
I get there like 6 in the morning, so it'll be really like however long they need you. It wasn't never a set time.
So I kind of want to direct your attention to around the time of June of 2017. Were you familiar with Mike, who was dating your sister Garica?
Yes.
As you met him?
Yeah, we spoke.
Did you socialize with him or go out to eat with him?
Go out to eat now, but we spoke a few times in the home.
Were you aware of any issues that existed between Garica and Mike?
No.
Did you observe him around Kenzie or Q?
Not much.
And around June 7th of 2017, were you working that?
Trojan.
Trojan?
Mm-hmm.
On the morning of June 8th, did you go to work that morning?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you would have left out to go to work?
5 something. Maybe 5:30.
5:30?
Yeah.
When you left to go to work that day, did you see who else was in the apartment?
It was early morning. I don't know. I know normally the kids are there all the time. I really don't remember who all was there that day that I left. No.
Where do the kids usually sleep when they're in the apartment?
Everywhere. Living room. Most of the time living room though, because I had a room, Garica had a room. It was only a 2-bedroom, so most of the time the kids would be in the living room. If somebody spend the night, they'll be in the living room.
Where would Kenzie usually sleep?
In the room with her mom.
Did you wake up prior to getting up to go to work that day? Did you get up at any other time during the night?
No.
Did you hear Kenzie cry at all that night?
No, ma'am.
And do you usually leave for work before your sister?
Yes.
Did you run into Mike at all when you were leaving that morning?
No.
When did you find out about something happening in Tennessee that day?
Kalissa called me that morning.
And what did you do?
I left work. I was on the way back to the house.
Did you go to the house?
Yes, I got to the house.
Do you remember what time you got back to the house?
Around noonish, around noon.
Did you stay at the house or did you go somewhere else?
I stayed at the house for a minute. When I got to the house, everybody was going to the hospital.
Did you run into Mike at the house?
No,
Did you stay at the house until everyone came back?
I did. Yes.
Do you remember if Mike came back from the hospital?
I don't think so. No.
At least you didn't interact with him.
Yeah, I didn't. But I ain't see him when everybody came back.
In the days that followed after Kenton passed, did you interact with Mike at all?
No,
Have any conversations with him?
no,
Did you ever sit down and tell him, Garica, that you needed to help prep him for any interviews?
no,
Did you ever have a conversation with him about what to say to law enforcement when they showed up?
no,
Did you talk to him after the fact?
no,
Have you talked to him since?
no.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duffy. I'll pass it.
Okay.
Mr. Shepherd, any questions for Mr. Duffy?
Just 1 second.
Sure.
Just real quick, so where you were working, you typically left for work around 5:30 in the morning?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and this was a normal work day for you
Yes.
in the beginning?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
so you leave around, somewhere around 5:30?
Yes.
And was anybody up and moving around the house?
No.
Okay, and typically you would leave for work first, and then after you were gone, your understanding was that Garica would then go to her job?
Yes.
Okay, and as far as you could tell, this was just a normal morning when you left for work?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's nothing I have. That's all I have.
Ms. McCauley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Jurors? Thank you. Mr. Duffy, do you know a Calvin Duffy?
Yes.
How is he related to you?
My aunt.
Did you see him at the apartment where you were staying on Harwell on the 2 days we've been talking about, the day before Mackenzie got taken to the hospital and passed, or the day she passed?
Yeah. Well, my uncle he used to come by a lot, so I seen him. I don't. It wasn't the same day. Maybe could have been the day before.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the day you got up at 5:30 to go to work, did you see Calvin in that apartment?
No.
Ms. McCauley, any follow-up? Mr. Shepherd?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time, sir.
All right. Go like this.
Yep, where you came in. Next witness.
They called Calvin Duffy.
Testimony will give the truth, the whole truth,
Yes, sir. Kevin Eugene Duffy.
How do you spell your last name?
Duffey.
Thank you.
Ah,
Is it okay if I call you Calvin or Uncle Calvin?
yes, ma'am.
Um, Calvin, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. What type of work do you do?
Landscape.
And who do you work for?
Mr. Surgeon, Mr. Jake.
And how long have you worked for them?
About 5 or 6 years.
And before that, did you work for someone else?
Nah,
What about Mr. Arthur?
that's what I see.
Okay.
I put him involved.
Have you worked for them for a long time?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say you do landscaping, what type of work do you do?
Cutting grass and cleaning gutters and blowing off houses and all of it.
And do you do that every day, only some days? Tell me about that.
It'd be an everyday thing during the summertime, but during the winter, it's just like a moment thing. Just slow down.
And where do you stay?
On Martin Luther King.
And who do you usually stay with?
Annie?
Is that your sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you go home every night or just some nights?
Not just some night.
What do you do on other nights?
Not just hang out.
What area do you hang out in?
Bankhead area.
What do you do when you hang out on Bankhead?
Just walking. Just walking, talking to the women.
Okay. And is that something you've been doing for a long time?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how do you know Garica?
That's my niece.
And were there times when you used to stay with Garica?
I stay with her. I spend the night with her every now and then. I spend the night with her that Tuesday.
And before we get to that, because I want to talk about that Tuesday, do you just go over there to see Garica? Do you go over there to see other people? Tell me about that.
Now I just go there to see my sisters and, see my family. Family-wise.
Do you ever go over there and spend time with kids?
Yeah, sometime.
So back in 2017, did you spend time with Mackenzie and Q?
Yeah, the Tuesday.
Would that be unusual for you to show up and play with the kids or be watching TV with them or something like that?
Would it be unusual?
Yeah.
No,
That's
ma'am.
something you normally do.
No, man, it's something I normally do.
Have you babysat the kids before?
Yeah.
So going to the June 8th of 2017, were you there that day? The morning of June 8th of 2017, which was a Thursday. Were you there that day?
No, ma'am.
Where were you?
I was on Bankhead.
What were you doing on Bankhead?
Hanging out.
Were you hanging out with friends? Were you hanging out with ladies? Tell me about that.
Nah. I was basically just on Bankhead. I had just got work. Cause when I get out of work, I'm gonna go back home. So when I got out of work, I just went up on Bankhead and hung out. Went to the stove, walking by the stove and carrying on and talking to the women. Never did go in there, no. But walk past.
Okay. Did you go to Garica's house early that morning?
No, ma'am.
And tell me a little bit, so if you're out walking on Bankhead, how do you know when it's time to go to work, or how do you get to work?
I walk to work.
You walk to work? And where was Mr. Arthur and Jason's house, where you would do the landscaping? What part of Atlanta is it?
Fulton County?
Okay. Is it near Bankhead or is it somewhere further than that?
No, it's near Bankhead.
So it's walkable.
Yeah, they walk.
how far would it take, how long would it take you to walk from Garica's house over there off of Harwell Place and Bankhead to Mr. Arthur and Jason's house?
About an hour and a half.
And what time did you normally have to be at work?
I normally leave wherever I'm at, I normally leave about 7:30.
When you say wherever you are, there's some nights you'd spend not at your niece's house. You'd spend the night somewhere else.
Yeah, I just be on the street.
Got it. You'd be where you were, but then you'd still be going to Mr. Arthur's house
Yes,
to
sir.
do the work you do.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that you were at your niece's house one day a week, one day a month, one day a year?
Probably one day a week.
Now, you said it would take you about an hour. What time would you need to be at work?
About 8:30.
And what time did you normally work to?
Come on, what time we you normally get off?
Yes.
Sometimes we get off around 6, sometimes we get off around 7.
And when you were done with work, how did you get home or back to wherever you needed?
Mr. Jason?
Mr. Jason?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a normal place on Bankhead where Mr. Jason would drop you off at or pick you up from?
Nah, they had no normal place.
Is there a gas station or a store on Bankhead that like you normally would be around where he would go, where he would know to go find you?
Right there, let's see here. Right there by Chuck. Right there on Chuck. Right there, Chuck on Bankhead.
He's saying the filling station on Bankhead.
The Chucker right there, Bankhead. What's it up? Yes, ma'am.
Checkers on Bankhead.
Checkers, the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Curly
sir.
fries?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Checkers.
Down here, the BP. On
Ma'am.
Bankhead,
BP down on the other end.
on the other side.
Yeah,
So
down by the
Checkers-
highway.
Checkers is on one side.
Chucker up by the High Tower. Up on High Tower end.
Now, you said that you were there Tuesday at Garica's house.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if you stayed there all night, if you were there for only part of the night? Tell me about that.
No, I spent the night that night
And where did you sleep?
in the front room.
And who spent the night with you in the front room?
Jamah and who over there? Jamah and Q.
Okay. One moment, Judge. Do you remember, Calvin, if you drew a picture of the sleeping arrangement on that Tuesday for anyone?
Yeah.
Do you remember talking to a detective
Yes.
and you remember drawing a picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. I'm gonna come up there and show it to you, okay?
Okay.
What do you recognize this to be?
Okay, this me.
Is that the, let me ask you another question. Is that the drawing that you made for the detective back in 2017?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Does it appear to be true and accurate based on what you can remember?
Yes.
All right, at this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Any objection to State's 9?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
So what I'm gonna do, Calvin, is I'm gonna put this on the computer screen that's right in front of you, okay? Just give me 1 second. All right, so right in front of you on that screen, Uncle Calvin, you can point and you can actually draw on it. But if it helps, I'm gonna come right behind you. I'm gonna use this big screen, okay?
Okay.
All right, so Calvin, can you turn the chair for me? So who's this person right here?
That would be me.
Okay, who's this here?
That would be Q.
And who's this here?
And that would be Jamah.
Okay, so y'all were sleeping in the living room. And then what's this up here?
The TV.
Okay, and then what's this over here?
The door.
Okay, and then the kitchen's over here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And so that was the setup on Tuesday,
Uh-huh.
not on Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When did you find out about something happening to Kenzie?
Later on that afternoon.
And was that on the Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you find out?
My brother-in-law.
Who's your brother-in-law?
One named Pumpkin, one named Judy, and the other one named Bear.
And did they come and find you? Did they call you? Tell me about that.
No, ma'am. When I just had, well, Mr. Jake, he just had took me up to the store. And he just had dropped me off. But when I got out the car, I seen them up there and they told me, they said, well, Calvin, you know your niece paid. And I said, what? Then I told my other brother, I said, man, quit playing, cause you play too much. And my other brother, I said, no, he's not playing this time, Calvin. Everybody down Garica house. So I got in the car with them and come down there and they told me it was true.
Now, haven't you phone?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had a phone?
No, ma'am.
So when you need to find something out, how do you get information?
You go to one of my sisters, or that's how I'm find out my question when I go to my sister.
Is that how I usually talk to you? Is I call Miss Ann or Miss Jane?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, 1 second. I'll pass it over to John.
Mr. Shepherd, questions for Calvin Duffy?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, any questions for Calvin Duffy? Oh, sir, thank you for being here. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
Your next witness is?
State House Quindarius Duffy.
We're getting close to the break. Do you want to do the break first, or do you want to, we probably wouldn't get all the way through Quindarius Duffy before we would take the afternoon break?
So maybe I can call somebody else. It might be a little bit shorter.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Take the break.
Well, are you guys good? We have not been going for a full 2 hours. Why don't we do a witness who's not Quindarius, and then we'll break and get set up for that.
All right.
Thanks.
I will pass it to my co-counsel.
State House, Keana Duffy. Yeah, raise your right hand. Swear affirm that testimony you will give to the truth.
Keanna
Good afternoon, Ms. Duffy. Can you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 31.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
Yes.
Okay, and where are you employed?
Safeguard security.
Okay, and do you know a Garica Duffy?
Yes, that's my sister.
Okay, and was Mackenzie Duffy your niece?
Yes.
Okay, now, how would you describe Mackenzie?
Loving, happy, always playful. She was just a happy baby.
And did you have the occasion to babysit Mackenzie?
Always, always. That was my little dress up doll.
How often would you babysit her?
I always babysit her every morning, like before
Like when she wake up, my sister call me on the phone and be like, "Oh, you want your niece?" My sister say, I was like, I come get her, cause we all stayed in the same complex apartments.
Okay, and what apartment complex, I'm sorry, what apartment complex was that?
Dogwood, Hollywood, it was Dogwood, 208 Hardware Place, but we stayed in 200. She stayed in 208.
Okay, and what was the distance between the apartments that you lived in? Were they walking distance of each other?
Yeah, it's walking distance.
Did you have to take any stairs to get to her apartment?
No.
If she called you to pick up Mackenzie, how long would it take you to get there?
Me walking up the little sidewalk, maybe 3 minutes.
Okay. And how often would you go over to Garica's apartment?
I go every day.
Okay. And to your knowledge, who was living in that apartment?
Cece, Leon, which is my brother, my sister, and Quindarius, my nephew.
And did you see Quindarius and Mackenzie interact?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. How would you describe their relationship?
He always played with his sister, always jumping up on him, playing with him and stuff.
And do you know a Mike Reynolds?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He was my sister's boyfriend at the time.
Okay. And how often would you and Mr. Reynolds interact?
Never.
Okay. Did you ever see him interact with Mackenzie?
No, no, not like that. No, I never seen him like interact with her, like play with her. You know how a person would, like if they had had a boyfriend in a relationship and he interact with the baby. I never really seen him interact with her.
Now, if I can direct your attention, Keana, to June 8th of 2017, do you recall the events of that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you alerted on that day that something was wrong with Mackenzie?
Yes, Quindarius came down there. I guess he ran down there. He was beating on the door. And like I had just got back home. I think I was coming from my little class or something. He came down there beating on the door. And I was like, who is this? I just got in here and laid down or whatever. And when I opened up the door, he was just screaming from the top of his voice, jumping up and down. He was like, my sister not breathing, my sister not breathing. And I was like, what you mean your sister not breathing? And he was like, I don't know, her eyes rolling to the back of her head. So I just ran in and grabbed my keys, and me and Quindarius got in the car. When we got up there, Mackenzie was on the sofa. She was laying flat on the sofa on her back. And I was like, no, I gotta call her mama. So when I called her mama on the phone, she never answered the phone. And then I was like, I don't know the job name. So I jumped in the car and went to her job, opened up the door where she was working in the warehouse. And I was like, you gotta go, your baby not breathing. They say your baby not breathing. And that's when we got back to the house. And I wanna say my sister got in the ambulance and someone else took us down there. Yeah.
Did you eventually end up at the hospital on June 8th of 2017?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. How long, do you recall how long you were at the hospital?
I don't recall how long we was there. I know when we got there, we went in a family room. No, we went in a little family room, and then they let me, my mama, and my sister back there to see her, and was like, they let me, my mama, my sister back there to see her. And I don't know if they already had said she was gone, or when we got back to the family room and they was like, we sorry she didn't make it. I want to say when we got back in the family room, they said they sorry that She didn't make it.
But you are sure that on June 8th of 2017 that you were informed that Mackenzie was deceased?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Reynolds coming to the hospital?
yes.
Does anything stand out to you about Mr. Reynolds' time at the hospital?
Yes, he was just shaking his leg, and he was shaking his leg, and he kept on asking, I don't know if they was the medical exam people or the doctor people, like, what happened? How this and how that? And I was like, why you asking all these questions?
What do you mean shaking his, like literally he was shaking his leg?
Like you know how somebody panicking or something?
Oh, his leg was shaking.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Now, did you go to Mackenzie's funeral?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Reynolds at the funeral?
No.
Your Honor, if I may have one brief second.
You may.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Shepherd, questions for Keana Duffy?
Okay. So you're in your apartment and Quindarius arrives on your doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And he basically tells you that Mackenzie's not breathing.
Yeah, he was like, my sister not breathing. My sister not breathing. Her eyes rolling to the back of her head.
Okay. And then you went to the apartment where your sister lives.
Yes.
Was anybody there when you got there?
Yes. My brother girlfriend.
Okay.
Jamah.
Okay.
Quindarius, me. After when I seen how she looked, then I left and went to go pick up my sister from work.
Okay.
Did Quindarius go with you to get your sister, or did he stay in the apartment?
He stayed. I don't remember him getting in the car with me.
So you left before the EMT showed up?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not there when the police officer showed up?
I want to say the police was there, but me just going out the door, I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking about getting my sister.
Okay, just so you know, the police showed up first, then the EMTs came later.
Yeah, I want to say.
Okay, so you were there when the police showed up, but left before the EMTs showed up.
The police probably was walking in as I was coming out.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to understand the timeline. Okay, so that might have been you on the body cam walking the other way as the police officer was walking in?
I can't remember.
Okay, all right. But when you left the house, there were not like 8 people in the house with the family?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's been 7 years.
Okay. Okay, so you go and get Garica, and then she rides home with you, correct?
Yes.
Because Mike had dropped her off
Dropped her off where?
at work.
Oh, he always dropped her off at work.
So she didn't have a car at work.
No.
So she rode home with you.
Yes.
Okay. And then you get to the house and then you indicated that Garica goes to the hospital in the ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you drive to the hospital.
No, I didn't drive.
Okay. How did you get to the hospital?
I think I worked with one of my family members.
Okay. Okay. So you get to the hospital and Mike's leg is shaking and he's asking questions
Yes,
about.
when the doctor walked in there, he was asking him questions, a lot of questions.
Make sure Mr. Shepherd gets to finish his question before you answer.
Okay.
You probably guessed correctly where he was going, but he needs to finish and then you can answer.
Okay.
Was anyone else asking questions about how Mackenzie was or just Mike?
Just Mike.
So the family wasn't asking, the doctor is Mackenzie
Because he was already
okay?
sitting over there talking. I want to say the doctor was already sitting over there talking to my sister, but I want to say when Michael was walking in, he was almost about finished.
Okay, so are you saying that Garica, you, Nobody is asking any questions about how is Mackenzie, and Mike's the only one?
We already had asked all questions,
Okay,
but he came in after the fact asking questions.
okay, so y'all are asking questions when he's not there about how is Mackenzie. Did anybody from your family ask the doctors any questions about how is Mackenzie?
Well,
did any of you care?
Yes, we
Stuff-
care.
stuff-
Always care.
So just make sure she answers the question before you go to she needs to wait till you finish, and then you need to let her answer before you pile on more questions.
Did anybody from the family, other than Mike, talk to the doctors about how Mackenzie is?
We already had talked to the doctor, because I want to say that this is the point where they already had announced her dead when he was coming in there asking questions.
Okay. So he shows up late.
Yes, because he said he had to go back to my sister's house to get a jacket, talking about my sister was cold, but my sister said she never talked to him and said she was cold.
Okay, I understand all that, but that's not what I was going to ask you if you'd have let me finish. What I was asking, did Mike arrive to the hospital late? Later than you? Let me rephrase it. Who got to the hospital first, you or Mike?
I did.
Okay. And then Mike shows up after you do.
Yeah, he showed up after the fact.
Okay. And you've talked with the doctors about
I never said I talked
Mackenzie.
about them.
Let him finish, and then you can answer.
So you talk with the doctors about how Mackenzie is because you care about Mackenzie, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mike shows up afterwards, and he was not a part of that conversation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he shows up late, and then he's basically asking the same questions you asked a few minutes ago and when he wasn't there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he didn't have the information you had when he arrived. And he's basically asking the doctors the exact same
Right,
questions.
you've
y'all
asked
were
and answered now. We've
Okay.
you've closed the loop.
Okay. Okay. So at some point while you're at the hospital that morning, Mackenzie is pronounced dead.
Yes.
Okay. But to the best of your knowledge, that when the doctor came out, that's the first time that the family was informed that, I think your words were, that Mackenzie didn't make it.
Re-ask the
Sure.
question.
I believe you testified on direct that while you were at the hospital, the doctors came out and informed the family that Mackenzie did not make it.
Yes, they came out and said that.
Okay, and that's the first time the family had been informed of that fact when the doctor came out at the hospital.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Duffy, when Mr. Reynolds was asking the questions to the doctor, do you recall if Garica appeared to be okay with him asking those questions?
I'm gonna object, calls for speculation.
I think he-
That question.
Well, I think witnesses are entitled to give their impression of how someone was reacting, not climbing inside the head, certainly not hearsay. So if you want to frame it narrowly that way, I'll let you continue to press that question.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. Ms. Duffy, when Mr. Reynolds was asking those questions to the doctor, do you recall how Garica looked?
Yeah, she was just like, what make him keep asking these questions?
And I mean, I understand what she said. Do you recall her disposition, like how her facial expression was?
Yes, like she was just looking like as if like why he keep asking these questions if, you know, he don't know anything.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Shepherd, any recross? No? Questions from the jurors? All right, Ms. Duffy, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Appreciate it. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. It'll be about 10 minutes. It's funny, there are two clocks behind you that have different time, minute and a half different, and then the computer has yet another time. I'm gonna call it about 3:12. So around 3:22, we're gonna try to get you back in here. You've already successfully completed the morning break. Do it the same way. Feel free to use the hallway. No outside research. Don't talk about the case, and we'll get you back in here shortly. Thank you. All right, everyone else can be seated. Ms. McCauley, Quindarius Duffy will be, barring something that develops over the break, your next witness.
Yes, Judge, just to manage our expectations, maybe we can talk about this after everyone's gone today. We may have an issue filling up time on Friday.
Okay,
I don't think I can get to 5 o'clock tomorrow.
okay.
The witnesses and their scheduling issues.
No objection from the defense.
At the pace that we're going, I just anticipate I might run out of witnesses. I'm gonna run out of witnesses today and I'm gonna run out of witnesses tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can move people, but I know that there are some schedules that are set in stone.
Well, and you've warned us that there are several who can only go Monday. Be great if any of them could come tomorrow. I guess we could also offer up to the jurors if they want to end particularly early today, given the day that it is, i.e. Halloween, and you would move things from today to tomorrow, which would make tomorrow go longer, unless you have people who have to go today.
I don't. The people that needed to go today have gone.
Okay. Go ahead.
2 left for today.
All right. My preference would be to take care of those 2, but if the jurors, if we didn't call those witnesses today, would we not be able to fit everyone you have left in tomorrow? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I think we'll still fit them in tomorrow.
Okay, because what I wouldn't want to do is end early today and then you don't finish with everything on Friday, because then we're really, my bigger worry is not we end early today or tomorrow, it's that we go past Wednesday, because we had several jurors who say, I'm good through Wednesday, but not, and I know you'll rest, but there's a defense, there's closings, and people take a long time with closings. So I just want to make sure we've got enough time if we've got these jurors only through next Wednesday.
No, I understand, Judge.
Hold on 1 sec.
I'm gonna move somebody who's on the Monday list tomorrow.
Great.
To take care of that issue, and then I've already kind of confirmed that the people that need to go Monday have to go Monday.
Okay, so maybe it makes more sense, even though we may end a little early today, to do the remaining 2. And then I'll just let the jurors know we're probably going to end early tomorrow as well. No one's going to complain about ending early on a Friday unless I have to share with the jurors. And now we're going to Thursday of next week.
We're not going to Thursday next
But
week.
I was
Okay.
going to suggest is that if we have 2 more for today and not enough for tomorrow, maybe we could do 1 of the 2 today and push the other one to tomorrow. So we could go home a little early today, but not excessively early today, because tomorrow's not Halloween. So if one is longer and one is shorter, maybe we just pick 1 of the 2 to go today and push the other one to tomorrow.
I'm fine with that too, as long as we'll get through everyone tomorrow that you've got remaining, to include the one you're pulling from Monday. Because I don't want to end early today if we max out tomorrow.
I want to finish Quindarius today.
Okay.
Because he's been here all day.
Good.
I can possibly move Shaquila Duffy to tomorrow. I can hold her here until we finish.
Okay.
With you, and then figure out how, she's not long.
Okay.
So that may just resolve it.
Right.
And I can talk to her and make sure she's available tomorrow. I know I gave her subpoena for all 4 days.
Whole trial. Okay. Well, I want to make sure you guys get what little remains of this break. And for now, I'm thinking we'll do both of the remaining Duffys, but that'll be driven in part by how long Quindarius takes. And if he takes too long, then I like Mr. Shepherd's idea. I just don't want, we don't get through everyone tomorrow because we cut out early today. These jurors haven't asked to leave early, so I want to use their time wisely. So with that, take 5, and we'll be back in here. Did I call you? Kinda. I mean, it's as close to like a milkshake as you can get. It's the what's it called? Pumpkin spice. I mean, there's coffee in it. Like if you were allergic to caffeine, this would hurt you.
That's a treat.
It is a treat. It's actually the same one from yesterday.
Oh my
I just put it in
gosh.
the fridge. I don't get through them very quickly. But yeah, I don't normally do it. You know what? You're gonna be a much richer person than I am, because while it tastes good, is total scam. Like this, $5, and all this is like warm water with some stuff splashed in it.
Starbucks is Kirkland's brand of items, so everything seems kind of.
Yeah.
That sounds Kirkland's.
Yeah.
That's Starbucks.
Really? Ah. The problem is my wife is addicted to it, and she's the money earner in our household. And so if you see the sticker on here says Courtney, I don't ever go into Starbucks because of the price. But you're like, hey, it's kind of busy. I'm gonna get breakfast for the boys from Starbucks. You want something? I'm like, all right, take one. But you will not see me going through that drive-through, because for what you get there, I can go to McDonald's and get a whole meal. And I don't want coffee anyway. But they make a lot of money on the drinks. All right. Great time. Bits and pieces. I had to get Roscoe to and from baseball practice, but Calvin was watching. I come in like 5-0. Yankees are crushing them. And then all of a sudden 5-5. And Cal said, you wouldn't believe it. It was like he's frustrated with his defense when he pitches. It's like his guys always make errors. Like, guys, just field the ball. It's like you would not believe what these judge ball thump, misses it, and 3 errors. This is the World Series. It's not the Chicago White Sox. Yeah. 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 Listen to you doing all this baseball stuff. But that's right. It flipped. Then it was 6-5 for a minute. I mean, the Yankees came back in, but you can't do it if you can't give them outs like that, because someone's going to make you pay. And they did. Freddie Freeman, MVP. Yeah, exactly. Little late. Yeah. He'll be thinking about that in the off season.
December 13th. I can't. I just saw it appear on my screen, but I didn't read it. Yeah, I appreciate it. So you might want to call off the Las Vegas. Okay. We hadn't booked the flight yet, so I'm glad we got it. We just saved my tax money. As a taxpayer, I don't want any money being wasted right now. Okay.
All right, can you check on the jurors, see if they're ready? Please.
Yes.
Okay. We just lost all our prosecutors. How is this setup working for you? These kind of courtrooms, the 5th floor ones, they're fine?
The carpet is up in our court.
Yeah, you see they tape, you can't get in the courtroom from the hallway. They put this blue tape over the door.
Going to try to go cut through the office.
It's just cement?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what Michelle said.
Sticky stuff.
Yeah, well, whatever is above the cement, but not, because it's all carpet tiles, but it's glue. Ready? All right.
Settling family. Sorry.
But that's Quindarius? How you doing? Okay. Do you want him already on the stand, or do you want to call him? We can do this however you want.
Do you want to go and sit on the stand now and let the jury come in, or do you want to call you in the hallway? Should we go there and have a seat?
Can you rotate the podium screen? I don't know where you're going to stand. You can stand wherever you want.
Right up there.
But we'll rotate it a little bit so that it's just sort of right down the middle. That's good. Okay, thanks. So Quindarius, we're going to bring the jurors in a minute. You shouldn't ever see yourself on the screen while you're testifying. There may be a picture they want you to look at, but otherwise what you should see on that screen is what you see now, which is just what's going on out there, okay?
All right.
All right. Ms. McCauley, anything before we bring the jurors in?
No.
Mr. Shepherd?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, so jurors.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back from the break. We are ready for the state's witness who's already in here, but I'll have Ms. McCauley announce who that is for the record. We'll get him sworn in and we will press on.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Quindarius Duffy.
Right now. And you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And you stay this 30 minutes.
So 2 things. One, I need you to spell your first name.
UUINDARRIOUS.
Great. And then second, you're going to be asked questions by Ms. McCauley, maybe by Mr. Shepherd, who's over there with the tie. And if they ask you a question that's like a yes or a no question, make sure you say yes or yeah instead of because the court reporter who's sitting right here, Ms. Rivers, she doesn't know how to translate because that could be as well. So your answer is whatever it is, but if it's no, don't just shake your head, say no or no ma'am or however you want to answer it, but make sure you use the word instead of the Okay?
Okay.
I'll remind you, but just do your best to say yes or no, or maybe, or I don't know, or 17, whatever the answer is, okay?
Okay.
Great.
Hi, Quindarius.
Hey.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about yourself? How old are you and what grade you're in school?
My name Quindarius, and I go to Dud, and I'm in 10th, and I'm 16.
Mr. Duffy, can I get you to get a little closer to the microphone? I don't know if that chair has wheels, but just scoot in a little bit. That's good. That's close enough, but and I think you're good because you're closer. I may have you lean in a little bit, but for now you're good. Okay? Thank you.
And Quindarius, who do you live with?
My auntie.
And you said you're in the 10th grade?
Yes.
And is your mom Garica?
Yes.
And I kind of want to jump in, let's talk about Garica. Your mom, do you have any siblings?
Yes.
And who are your siblings?
Kenzie.
And was Kenzie your sister, brother? Tell me about that.
Sister.
Now, do you remember around June of 2017? What was going on?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yes.
Who were you living with at that time?
Like before my sister had passed.
Yeah.
My grandma.
What about around the time when your sister passed?
My mom.
And did you live in an apartment, a house, or something else?
Apartment.
I think I was looking at apartment.
Me, my mama, sometimes Kevin, Leon, and Cece, and Mike.
Did Jamah also stay there? Okay.
Say that again?
Did Pig someone stay there?
Yes.
And was Kenzie there too?
Yes.
And how old were you when in June of 2017?
Probably like 7 or 8.
When's your birthday?
September 13, 2008.
So in 2017, you would have been turning about 9. Would that be about right?
Yes.
Do you remember what grade you were in when you were 8?
No.
Do you remember what school you went to?
No.
When you lived in the apartment with your mom and Leon and Cece and Pig, was Mike also staying there sometimes?
Yes.
Would he stay there all the time or just part of the time?
I don't remember.
Was he there a lot?
Yes.
Tell me about your little sister Kenzie. What type of a little sister was she? Was she an annoying little sister? Was she a fun little sister? Tell me about that.
No, she was fun. We'll always go outside, play. I ride my 4-wheeler. She'll ride her little tricycle and stuff.
And when you would play outside, would you be by yourselves or with somebody else?
Say it again.
When you would play outside, would you just be would be just you and Kenzie, or would someone else be there with you?
Oh no, me, Kenzie, and my mama and Pig, and sometimes my auntie come up there.
And which auntie are you talking about?
Keana.
And what was Kenzie like inside or in the family, like just generally? Was she happy? Is it that she was fun? Did she cry a lot? Tell me about that.
No, she was happy.
You like spending time with her?
Yes.
When your mom wasn't around, who would take care of Denson?
My grandma and my auntie.
Is that Keana?
Yes,
What about Jamah? Would she ever help take care of Kenzie?
yes,
And do you remember the week that Kenzie passed?
no,
No, you don't remember that?
no,
Do you remember the night before she passed?
yes.
Okay. So what were you doing the night before?
Playing with her,
What were you doing playing with her?
like playing with her dolls and stuff like that.
Did you do anything else? Did you watch TV with her, watch a movie, anything like that?
No,
Do you remember going to sleep that night?
yes.
Where did you go to sleep that night?
In the living room.
And when you said you went to sleep in the living room, who else was sleeping?
Just me and Pit.
And were you sleeping on the floor, on a sofa, or something else?
A pallet, the floor.
What was your pallet made of?
Like cover.
Covers?
Yes.
Or covers like blankets and things?
Mm,
So yes.
yes.
Okay. Did you wake up at all that night?
Did I wake up early?
No, did you wake up at all that night?
No.
So you slept there the whole night?
Yes.
Did you hear Kenzie crying at all that night?
No.
Tell me about waking up the following morning.
So I was waking up and Mike brought Kenzie in there, laid her down next to me. Then I had woke up and I had felt her, and I felt her wasn't breathing. So I told Pig, and after that I ran down and went to go tell Keana.
So you said that Mike brought Kenzie to you. Had you seen Mike interact with Kenzie before? Be around her?
I don't remember.
Don't remember? Okay. Do you remember how Kenzie would act around Mike?
Scared, crying,
Okay, what is scared?
like she didn't want to be around him.
Did you ever see him hit her or anything like that?
No.
But she didn't like being around.
Yes.
Were you awake when Mike came over that night?
I don't remember.
Was it a normal thing for him to bring Kenzie to you in the morning?
No.
What would have normally happen?
He'll leave her in the room sleep.
And then was someone else normally the person that would take care of Kenzie or be aware that Kenzie was in the room sleep?
Pig.
So when they were down next to you, and you said you woke up and you noticed she wasn't breathing, how did you notice that?
Cause I felt her chest.
And did you try to wake her up?
Yes.
What did you do to try to wake her up?
I was shaking her.
Was she breathing or gasping or anything like that when you were doing that?
No, I just like it was like her eye was rolling back.
When you noticed that, you said you woke up hit. What did you say?
I was like, Pig, Kendra not breathing. Kendra not breathing. Then I think she went to go tell Cece.
Where did you go?
I went down to go tell my auntie. Yes.
And what happened after that?
I came back up there. It was like she was throwing up green, something green, and Cece was on the phone calling the ambulance.
Did you see the green?
Yes.
Where was it when you saw it?
I think it was like coming out or something like that
And where was Kenzie when you saw that?
on the sofa.
Now, prior to today, we've talked about what happened to Kenzie before. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Yes.
Have I ever shown you any video or anything of Kenzie in the home with on the sofa or anything like that?
No.
Now, when you saw that, she was throwing up green, what did you think? What did you think?
I don't remember.
What happened after that?
I don't remember.
Did you end up staying at the apartment or did you go to the hospital?
I stayed for a little bit, then I think I went down there with, I don't remember who I went down there with.
When you stayed at the apartment for a little bit, did Mike ever come back to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you see him come back?
Yes.
Did you talk to him?
No.
What did you see when he came back to the apartment?
He went in there, it was like he grabbed the jacket and went back out.
Where did he grab the jacket?
I don't remember because I just seen him come back out with it.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
After, then you went to the hospital after that?
Yes.
Did you come back to the house?
Yes.
Did you have to talk to someone when you came back to the house that day?
Yes.
What did you have to talk to that person about?
I was talking to them like how was she laying, how we was laying down when he brought her in there.
And did the person who's asking you those questions, was that like an investigator or a police officer or something like that?
Yes.
Did he ask you to do a demonstration?
Yes.
Would it be okay to do that demonstration here today?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask if the witness can step down and do a demonstration.
Okay, in general, I'm fine with that. If it's gonna involve a lot of talking, he's kind of soft-spoken, so let's just make sure it's projected so that Ms. Rivers can hear it.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Quindarius, so I have a doll here. Can you come right here, right where Ms. Rivers is, her station, that's the court reporter, okay? You're just gonna have to be loud with me, okay? Okay. Can you, so if this is the floor and say that TV, was there a TV in your apartment at the time? Okay, so say that's the TV. Where were you sleeping? Can you kind of show the jurors? Okay, you want to show them?
Jurors, you're welcome to stand if that'll help you see.
I was waking up and then I always check on my sister, so I check her heart. And I think when they were breathing, I had I told kids.
So I'll give you this doll. Can you kind of demonstrate how Kenzie was when she was laying next to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like this, and you get right. I probably this side or this side. When I wake up, I'm like this, and I can see
And that's why I was trying to wake her up. Wake up, so then I would go to the field.
Now, after this happened, did you see Mike in the apartment again?
I think I did.
Do you remember if he did attend his funeral or anything like that?
No.
I don't have anything further. I'll pass the witness consent.
Mr. Shepherd, do you have questions for Mr. Duffy?
No, I do not.
Any questions from the jurors? Nope. Thank you, sir, for being here. You are free to step down. State's next witness.
State calls Keana Duffy.
Just get ready right now. Swear affirm the testimony you will give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you. Really, that's it. Step forward. Say the name of the record.
Shaquila Duffy, SHEQUILA DUFFEY.
Good afternoon, Ms. Duffy. Do you go by a nickname at all?
Kita,
Is that K-I-T-A?
KITA.
And how are you related to Garica Duffy?
That's my cousin.
And do you know someone by the name of Michael Reynolds?
I do.
How do you know him?
We work together at McDonald's, 1203 Virginia Avenue.
And how long did you work with Mike at the McDonald's on Virginia Avenue?
I worked there for about maybe 12 years.
Was he there the whole time or you were there for 12 years?
I was there for 12 years.
How long did the two of you work there at this?
He may
together?
have been there for maybe 3 or 4 years during that time.
And when you were working together at McDonald's around 2016, prior to your birthday in 2016, how would you characterize the relationship or dynamic between you and Mike?
He was a coworker. At that time, I kind of considered him as a brother. We used to make bank runs together. We kind of, like, I was like a big sister. Like, he kind of came and talked to me about anything, you know, whatever was going on.
Did you invite him to your birthday that year?
I did.
And what type of birthday did you have that year?
I had a birthday dinner
And where was the birthday dinner?
at Papa Do's.
And did you invite your cousin Garica?
I did.
And did Garica meet Mike at that birthday dinner?
Yes.
After the dinner, did Mike approach you about dating Garica?
Yes.
And did you support that at the time?
At the time, yes.
And were you kind of aware of their relationship and what was going on in their relationship?
Yes.
Would Garica talk to you about the relationship?
Yes.
What about Mike?
She sent me a long paragraph, maybe a couple of days before the whole McKenzie incident happened. She sent me a long paragraph stating that, you know.
So before we get into what was sent, is that from Garica?
This is from Garica.
Okay. So tell me, what are some of the things that Mike said to you about the relationship with Garica?
Okay, so Mike came to me the following day stating that, you know, McKenzie was crying too much. What do I think that he should do? And I advised him to leave. If the baby cried too much, leave.
Other than that, was there any other issue that you were aware of going on in that relationship?
The only thing he pretty much told me was that the baby was crying too much. He couldn't do it. That was it.
And when you said the baby was crying too much, who are we referring to?
We're talking about Mackenzie Duffy.
Now, were you working at the McDonald's on June 8th of 2017?
No, I was the manager, supposed to be on shift. I had called out. Mike then called out as well, saying he had to take his son to the hospital.
Did you talk to him that day?
Yes,
Is that what he told you?
yes,
Was that the only conversation you had with him that day?
yes.
Now, after that day, did you have another conversation with him?
I did. After Mackenzie had passed, we had a conversation where he came to me and he was like, Duff, I got something I want to tell you. But he never got a chance to tell me because there was some other employees standing right there at that time. And shortly after that, the police came and arrested him.
So, did he ever reach out to tell you what that something was?
He never got a chance to.
You communicate with him after that?
No.
I'll pass it to Mr. Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Shepherd, questions for Ms. Duffy?
I have nothing.
Jurors? Seeing nothing? Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, I spoke with the lawyers during the break that we recently took about where the state is in progressing through its witnesses. And they have gotten through many more witnesses than they thought already today. In other words, things have been efficient. And I was reminded that today is Halloween. If any of you has kids, you needed to be home a while ago to avoid the traffic. And we're going to end early by an hour. It's almost 4 today. That is not going to slow us down in any way. It doesn't change the forecast of when the state thinks it will rest. And then we'll see what evidence, if any, the defense wants to put up. They have no burden to put anything up. We'll have a pretty full day tomorrow. We may end a little early tomorrow as well, because the remaining witnesses that we wouldn't get to tomorrow were Monday only, meaning they couldn't be here today or tomorrow anyway. So don't plan on ending early tomorrow, but don't be dismayed. It's a Friday. If we end early, that will just be a sign that we were once again efficient and got through the remaining non-Monday witnesses. But the state has some witnesses that can only be here Monday. So we certainly will still be in the state's case on Monday. We're going to be in a different courtroom on Monday as well. 8A, I'll remind you of that many times tomorrow. We'll be up a few floors, my floor, but still not my courtroom. And then we'll be in 8A for the rest of the trial. It won't be blue, they're brown on the top floor. But we'll be back here tomorrow. And we'll start as close to 9 as you empower us to start. So don't have a crazy Halloween night. Be here by 9. Reminder, we can't start unless all 14 of you are here. And if it's only 13 of you, I'll give each of you the cell phone of the 14th who's not here, so you can blow that phone up. But you did a great job today. You'll be coming back to this jury room tomorrow, 9 a.m., and we will pick up with the state's case. Ms. McCauley and Mr. Jordan have assured me they have witnesses aplenty to fill most of the day, if not the entire day. And that's exactly what we'll do. This will be your first night where you will be in the midst of the trial. Yesterday, you didn't know anything about the case. You hadn't been sworn in. But now you are operating under that restriction of no outside information. So again, when you go home tonight, and you're interacting with folks, if they happen to know you're a juror, just tell them it's one of the best experiences and leave it at that. Because we don't want someone inadvertently giving you information that obviously wouldn't be specific to this case, but it still could be confusing, misleading, and that's not proper. And certainly no outside research. you have shown us, you know how to ask questions, and that's the way you do it, not through Google or Bing, or whatever your search engine is. Any logistical questions? No? Great. Do what you did today. Tomorrow morning, we'll get you in here as close to 9 a.m. as we can. Give me 1 second to switch that, and you're good to go. Thank you so much.
All right.
Oh yeah, don't take your notepads home. Leave them on the table in the jury room. That's your private space. We will not be going in there. All right, you all can be seated. I want to cover one thing, and then I will see if the state or Mr. Shepherd has anything else. I described to you before we started the trial the way the process works with juror questions, which is that I'll gather them all, and then we'll go into the back hallway, and you can preview them and register an objection. This has been not an inquisitive jury, and the questions that have been presented either have come solo, just one question, or few and very much down the center of the lane of that's a valid fact-based question. And so I've skipped that step. I don't want you to think that if I encounter in any way a question, I'm not so sure that that's proper, that I'll make that decision without your input. There have only been 4 so far across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 witnesses. And they have all been questions that if you had an objection to it, I would have overruled it because it was a perfectly appropriate question. So with that, I haven't abandoned the approach I described. We just haven't either had a volume of questions or a type of question where it was necessary for us to step outside. Ms. McCauley, anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
You believe that you will have enough witnesses to fill a goodly portion of tomorrow? More than the morning?
More than the morning.
Okay.
I'm trying to move some other people around too. I'm gonna try to see if I get one or two here.
Great. That would be super. We'll take a slightly longer lunch break too. All right. Mr. Shepherd, anything on behalf of the defense?
Well, I like the way you're doing these questions because it's much more efficient. And if there were a question that you had doubts about, then I would appreciate to be consulted.
100%.
But the way you're doing this is much better. I don't know if you remember the Sea Love trial, where I think the juror questions added an entire extra day to the trial.
So much of that's driven by the jury, and they haven't had a lot of questions. I suspect when we pivot to the witnesses who are more technical in nature, we'll have more questions. Some of this has been pretty cut and dry. I was asleep, I was awake, I was in the room, I wasn't in the room. But when we hear from a doctor, there may be more, but I'll try to keep it as efficient as I can. Everyone have a safe Halloween. And Mr. Reynolds, continue to be on time, as you always have been. We'll see people a little before 9 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.